it's Michelle. How are you guys today? And I have a story for you. As you may know, I've told cute, small stories. I tend to get a lot I get big messages out of simple stories, and I'd like to share one with you. And this one is called The Starfish Story. An old man is walking along the shore, walking along the beach, and along the beaches, millions and millions of starfish. And as he continues to walk and pick his way through the starfish, he notices a young boy picking up the starfish one at a time, throwing them back into the water. The old man says to the little boy, "What are you doing? What are you doing? There's thousands and thousands of starfish. You can't help them all. You can't seem to make a difference." And the young boy looks back at the old man and picks up another starfish, and he says, "Tell it to this one," as he throws it back into the water. And yeah, that is the moral of this story, is that there's thousands and millions of people that we want to help. So we skip over that one. We skip over that one person that may need us to help because our ego doesn't think that our ego wants us to help the masses. Our ego wants us to be famous. Our ego wants us to be known for the big crowds that we can pull in. Our ego wants us to help everybody and save everybody. And what we forget about is maybe that one person that needs us the most, because they're not in a crowd, gets looked over. I've done it. I realize that I get angry sometimes when I only get one page like on my Facebook page, and I just keep scrolling. Maybe it was that one person that liked my page is the one person that needed my help the most. Helping one person might not change the world, but you can change the world for one person. And the best place to start, Mother Teresa says it the best, is the person right next to you. We tend to want to help everybody, the masses, the big crowds, the public, and we forget about the people closest to us. Sometimes people in our family, they don't support us because they don't see us helping them. You can make a difference. The best helping hand is the one at the end of your arm. So I hope this story does something for you like it did for me. And remember, helping one person may not change the world, but you may change the world for that one person. Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Deanna, and I want to come to you today and talk to you about minding your emotions. Minding your emotions is extremely important when you don't have the awareness level or the retraining of your subconscious to actually follow the flow of your emotions. Minding your emotions is extremely important because your emotions can veer you into a place that you don't want to be. Your emotions can veer you into darkness, or they can veer you into light. Mind your emotions. Why am I speaking on this? Because from personal experience, I have learned that when you do not mind your emotions, it takes you into a downward spiral effect if you're not minding your emotions in a positive way. When you're feeling bad about something, it's because that particular thing is not at the vibration of your focus. When your feelings are hurt, it's because what you're currently thinking about does not vibe well with who you are. When you mind your emotions, what anybody else says does not matter because you're focused on your ego. When you mind your emotions, what you see in front of you does not bother you or does not even tilt you either or, because you're focused on your end goal. When you mind your emotions, you're able to pause and respond instead of react. And yes, there is a difference between responding and reacting, because when you react to something, it's your natural inclination to do something. When you respond to something, you have taken the moment to pause and actually absorb all of the facts of a situation, and then you can respond. So when you mind your emotions, you respond instead of react. When you mind your emotions, you understand that this particular emotion that I'm feeling is not vibing right with me, because it's not who I am. So therefore, I need to change my focus to something that does vibe with my focus. Minding your emotions is extremely important in every aspect of your life, from your business to your personal being to your relationships. When you mind your emotions in your business, you're able to make the business decisions that are hard for some, and you're able to make the business decisions that others won't. When you mind your business in your personal being, when you mind your emotions, in your personal being, you're aligned with who you are. You know who you are. You are at a level of self-actualization where you understand that everything around me is great, because I only feel great. When you mind your emotions in your relationships, he won't bother you so much when he doesn't wash the dishes. She won't bother you so much when you come home and she's sitting on the couch watching TV and the house is a mess. Your parents won't bother you as much because they're a little on the old side and it's starting to switch and you have to start taking care of them. Or you just don't understand them anymore because they're your parents. Either way it goes, when you mind your emotions, life seems to be a lot better. So guys, I come to you today telling you to mind your emotions. If something bothers you, write it down. And ask yourself, what about this particular emotion bothers me? And once you ask yourself that question and you figure out the answer, now you have acknowledged what it is, and now you can control it where it does not bother you anymore. So guys, I come to you today again. Mind your emotions, and you will definitely have a better life. Thank you guys.
Today we are going to talk to you about watching your mouth.
Watch what you say.
That's it. Listen, have you ever said to yourself, you know, I really want a new car, but that car note, it's just, or I really need to get X amount of dollars, but the work it takes to get that is just...
I have another one for you.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, I really want this job, but I don't qualify for it.
Ooh. Okay. So a lot of times we don't get the things that we desire because of the things that come out of our mouths. Case in point, those examples, those 3 or 4 examples we just gave.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you say, I really want this, but, okay, I desire $3 billion. The universe says, okay, $3 million could be on the way. But, oh, never mind. Anytime you have, let's see, I guess maybe an obstacle that you think of, you start, not an obstacle. Anytime doubt creeps in, you go further away from your dream than you are closer to it. When you continue to think about your dream and wanting to manifest the dream and vibrate at that frequency of your dream, the dream's coming closer to you. You're closer to it. But the minute doubt or hope creeps in, oh, I hope I get this job. Okay. It's pulling back from you. You have to watch your mouth.
Yes.
You want to watch the things that you say, and even the things you don't say, which means the things that you think in your head, because thoughts are just quiet sayings. Nobody can hear them but you, because you have thought them.
My bad. Never thought about that way.
Okay.
But since you put it that way,
You must watch what it is that you say.
yes.
I really desire to get $3 million this year. Let me write down a plan to make that happen.
There you go.
You see how there was no doubt in there? I desire a 4-bedroom house. I want to have a movie room upstairs, a game room on the other side of the movie room.
Yes.
My master bathroom is going to be awesome. With the master bedroom, I love
Beautiful.
bathrooms. And when I go anywhere, I go look for the bathroom. That's just me. When you talk like that, the universe says, okay, this is what you want. Great. Got that. Woo, but that house, no. Well, never mind. You have to watch what it is that you say. What do you think?
What I have learned in fault, in not paying attention, and in not pouring is once you speak something, you lose everything attached to that something. When you say, this is what I want, you, as Grace was saying, you stay focused on that want and you vibrate on that want. Don't let what you see in front of you distract you from that focus. Because if you look at your reality, you will instantly start vibrating at your reality instead of at what you're focusing on.
That's right.
Speaking these things and having these private conversations in your head, the sayings that only you can hear, that completely twists what you want and it changes your vibration. So watch what you say. Watch what comes out of your mouth. Watch what pops in your head. Because as Grace said, even hope is the pretty word for doubt. When you hope for something, you're secretly doubting it. That's why you're just, I hope I'm able to get this.
Yes.
But there's that doubt in your mind that's like, but I know I probably won't be able to. Hope is just a pretty word for doubt.
Yes.
You have to believe and feel it.
That's it.
So when you talk to yourself, close your eyes and talk to yourself positively. Talk to yourself about all of the wonderful things that you can do with that $3 million. Talk to yourself about all the wonderful things that you can put in your 4-bedroom house with that wonderful bathroom. I understand the bathroom. Trust me, I do. With the walk-in closet, with the little aisle in the middle for your jewelry. I got you.
You saw my house too? Okay.
And literally feel yourself in that house. Feel yourself taking your phone, looking at your balance on your bank account and seeing 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 15 cents. Don't ask me where 15 cents come from. Just know it's in there because we all got that weird balance in our account.
Okay.
So, watch what you say.
Yes.
Because what you say is everything.
Literally, what you say is everything. Dr. Shannon R. Clark, last thing. Dr. Shannon R. Clark taught us that belief makes your dreams come faster. Hope slows your dreams down. And doubt slows them down so much you might as well forget it.
Yep.
Watch your mouth.
Good morning. What's up, guys? As you can see, guys, listen, we are behind the scenes at the ATS JR companies. We are about to do some major recording on today. Some big things about to happen. But look, I want to come to you real quick. I want to give you 3 secrets of successful selling. Listen, there are 3 secrets that every successful seller knows, and 3 things that every successful seller receives because they understand in order to be successful, you have to know all the tricks in the trade. And I'm going to give you some good information so you can be just as successful seller as you are in everything else that you do. Here's the first secret is understanding that everybody is not your customer. I know you're excited about your product. I know you're excited about what you're doing. I know you just want to change the world. You just want to impact everybody's life. But understand, everybody is not your customer. Everybody's personality type is not going to fit with you. Everybody's aura is not going to sync with yours. Everybody's energy is not going to be on the same wavelength as your energy. So you have to receive that everybody is not your customer. When you understand that everybody is not your customer, you also can fall into point 2 and have a full grasp of that, and that's learning to take a no. When you understand that everybody's not your customer, if that person tells you no, that's not the end of your world. I get it. When you got your first sale, you was super excited, your blimp went up, you was floating on cloud 9, and you never want to come down. And you came across somebody, and with that same excitement, with that same energy, they told you no. They put a pin in your balloon, and it deflated your energy to make you feel like that you wasn't a good enough salesman. You are good. You are great at what you do. You are great at everything that you do. But you have to take a no. Because a person told you no doesn't mean they rejected your product. There are multiple things as to why that person may have told you no. They probably don't have time. They probably not serious about what it is that they say they really want to do. So it's not that they're rejecting you or they're rejecting their product or your product. What they're doing, all in all, they're rejecting themselves. So just because they tell you no, don't allow that to deflate your hot air balloon and allow you to come down and feel that you are inadequate at what you do. You are very capable. You are very worthy. That's why you have made the success in which you have made thus far in your career, in your life, with fulfilling your dreams, with going after your goals, with shooting for the crown. You have been doing it. You have been doing a great job. Some people may have told you no. That doesn't mean for you to quit. That doesn't mean for you to change what you're doing. All that means is that person just rejected them. So they rejected the product in which you was trying to offer them to help them better themselves or change themselves or whatever the case may be. Also, point 3, knowing when not to close. This one is rich. This one is thick because every good salesman knows that every person I talk to, I don't have to close them right then and there. There are some customers I'm going to speak with that's going to be super anxious, super excited. They're going to jump on the product instantly. I don't really have to explain to them the product. They're going to jump on it instantly because they're excited. Close those. There are going to be customers in which they're going to show some interest and they're going to show some excitement, but they may not have the money for it. Don't close those. You have to know when not to close. You have to know when not to make the sale. It may not be made at that moment, during that time, at that day. It's not to say it won't be made at all. There are many customers that I have closed, and it took me about 4 months to close or convert these customers because I understood when not to close them. So I allowed the information, or I allowed the conversation to go from one conversation to another conversation to another conversation to another conversation. And when the time came for me to close them, I literally didn't have to close them. They closed themselves because I know when not to close. I knew when not to try to make them feel like I'm pushing them in a manner in which I just want their money. Know when not to close. Another way to know when not to close is to know that some customers you may have to pass off to a fellow teammate or somebody else for them to do the closing. Man, I got customers that have people that I don't close. I just introduce to the product and may have a mutual friend, and I'll speak with the mutual friend or something concerning the matter and understanding my customer's personality. I don't close them. I put the friend on them. Hey, you close them out. And we'll settle the smoke at the end, but you close them out, because I understood that my personality, I couldn't close them. You know them and you know their personality. So close them. Everybody want to be sold, but everybody don't want to be talked to like they're being sold. So when you're selling people, some people you got to pass off to the next person and not close them. Let them close them. So let's recap these 3 points. Everybody is not your customer. Learn how to take a no. Don't let the no deflate your air balloon. And know when not to close. Listen, you grasp these 3 points, I guarantee you will be in the top 10%. Scratch that. You will be in the top 2% of whatever company, organization, or team you are on. Grab these points and become the greatest salesman that you've ever been in your life.
You can plan better. You can dominate. Antonio T. Smith Jr., welcome to the world's new #1 sales training platform that there is. Yes, yes, yes. My job is to make sure that you are filthy rich. Now, I want to make that on the individual level, and I also want to make that on a corporate level. This sales training university will bolster both you personally and you as a business. If you are a CEO, congratulations. If you have anything that you want to do, congratulations. You are in the right place to get all the right help. We will cover cold calling from warm calling. I'll have special guests, which will be only people who are on my sales team that would teach you the ins and out of what they do. One of the greatest things I've ever done in my company, one of the greatest decisions I've ever made, is I took people who were in different fields, who were leading in those fields, and I forced them all to become salespersons. See, you have to understand that I don't care if you're a publicist or a book writer. At the end of the day, you can't sell a single package or a single page if you can't sell. It's not well enough for you to be a great writer. You have to also be a great salesperson. And here at the ATS Sales Training University, you're going to get thousands of sales training courses for not only you, but your employees. And you're going to be able to make a lot of freaking money. Yes, that's okay. They want to clap. You can clap. I know you're going to clap. About 5 times they wanted to clap because every time I say money, something excites them.
Woo!
These are the greatest people on planet Earth. I am one of the people to bring out your greatness, and we will do that, and we will do that greatly. Things you're going to be covering in this sales training university. You're going to cover sales, obviously, cold market and warm market. You're going to cover creating click funnels. You're going to cover being a human click funnel. That's a different story there. You're going to cover internet marketing. You're going to cover Facebook ads, Google ads, and many other different things. This training course obviously comes with a handout that you can have. Do not forget to be great. Do not forget to be dominant. You can plan better. You can dominate.
Hi, my name is Tempest S. Smith. I am one of the CEOs of this amazing ATS JR companies. We are the top personal development training company in the world. We make profitable clients more profitable. If you or your business needs help, if you and your life needs help, this is the only place you need to be. ATS JR companies, check us out online, theatsjr.com or atsbu.org.
Because we are unstoppable. Listen, man, your life will always never be the same once you become part of the ATS JR companies. Listen, ATS Week, it's going to bless your life. It's going to transform. It's going to change your life. But here's what you got to do. You got to drop that old mindset. Let go of that old poverty stinker. Let go of that old person. Let go of that loser. Release him. Let go of the procrastinator. Kill all that. Become the new you by transforming into who you are trying to become. Join us ATS Week, ATSJR.com. We are excited. We are ready to have you guys. If you guys don't know by now, I am the double certified People's Pastor, Reverend Brian A. Johnson, and I am the spiritual transformational coach right here at the ATSJR Companies. We will change your life and we will change your bank account.
Let us add value to your life. Let us give you everything that you need to go to the next level in your life. ATSJR Companies and the ATS Business University, that's what we're all about. We're all about growth. We're all about adding value to you, and we're all about helping you grow. Trust me, you don't want to miss ATS Week. This is the place to be. This is the place to grow. This is the place to learn.
My business partner, Antonio T. Smith Jr., is the best at everything that he does. You need help, you need to holler at my boy. Your business is broke, you need to holler at my boy. Your mindset is in poverty, you need to holler at my boy. Why? Not because he's arrogant, not because he's whatever y'all talk about, because he backs up what he teaches. He lives this lifestyle. He's not out here just talking to collect coins. He's living and walking it every single day. So you need help, your business needs help, your life needs help, come holler at my boy.
Man, many people say what they're trying to do. Many people say what they want to do. Many people say what they have a desire to do. But few people actually go do it. If you want to learn how to do it, listen to Antonio T. Smith Jr. Follow ATS Week. Follow the ATS Business University. Go join the Plant Better group. Get on a Plant Better cause, because your life will never be the same planting the old bad sucky seeds that you've been planting since you were born. So you have to plant better in order to get better. And if you want to be better, you have to begin right here at the ATS Business University. In the words of Tempest, you want to be better? Go holler at my boy.
Get rid of the old model of living that you used to have and follow the new model of living. Let me explain to you why. Because your old model was based on what people told you to do. The new model is based on what your desire is. Stop letting your dreams collect dust. Stop letting your life be lifeless. Come see the ATS Business University. Come join us at the ATSJR Companies. Come join us at the Plant Better University and create a better model for your life so you can start living instead of living a life of mediocrity. Come join us.
She said it best. Holla at my boy.
There is no company better than this company. Not because I'm one of the CEOs, not because I've been here since day one, but because we put in work every single day. Antonio is in this office 17, 18, 19, 20 hours a day. Not for him, but because he wants to help you change your life.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. He deserves it. Listen, man, listen. I want to tell y'all something real quick, a real quick story. Man, that was this kid that grew up. This kid grew up in a poverty area. He grew up in the hood. And he was raised up in the hood. And he had hood mentality. And all his life, they used to tell a kid, you wouldn't amount to nothing. You wouldn't be nobody. You'll never accomplish anything you want to be. You'll never get to the level of success in which you are dreaming about. So get rid of your dreams and just continue to live in that hood life. Continue to live that poverty lifestyle. Well, baby, guess what? I'm a millionaire now. You know why? ATS Business University. Listen, join us today. Walk out of your poverty, walk into your prosperity, and you can make all the haters pissed off.
That's it.
Because you are filthy freaking rich.
Yes.
ATS, baby.
Yes.
Get you one.
Hello everyone. I'm in the car with my son, Demetric. Say hey, Demetric.
Hi.
And we are on our way to football practice, and I'm doing a video because my baby spends a lot of time with me, and his mommy is always doing something. And so I wanted to kind of let you all see me from his eyes. So, Metro, can you tell the people, what does mommy do?
Well, mostly when mom sleeps, eats ice and carrots. She does her coaching meetings, and she takes care of me.
All right, so y'all heard him. His mommy sleeps, eats ice, eats carrots. She does her coaching calls, and I take care of him. Now, Metro, where does mommy spend most of her day? What do I do during most of my day?
At work.
Okay, but when I asked you what did mommy do, you didn't say anything about that. What do I do at work? Who am I?
You are a counselor at K.
You don't have to tell him to school. But I'm a school counselor. But when I initially asked my son what I do, y'all heard coaching calls. So he sees what takes precedence in my life. And when I ask him what I do, he says more about my dream than my demand. I have to take care of him. You heard him. And so while I build my dream, while I attract to me the finances that I need to come to me through coaching, I am a school counselor. But my child sees that his mommy does coaching calls. How do you feel about the coaching calls that mommy does when you hear mommy talking?
It's pretty inspirational. You do a good job when you talk, and I think you should do this more whenever you get home.
He said it's pretty inspirational. He enjoys when I talk, and he feels I should do it more when I get home. All right. So, Metro, what do you want to be when you grow up? An astronaut. And is mommy going to do everything in her power to make sure that happens for you?
Well, it's not my choice, it's your choice, but if you want to, you can.
If I want to, I can. Do you think that I will? If it's something that you want?
Yes.
Yes, I will. So, what makes you want to be an astronaut?
Well, really, I've actually wanted to be a ninja, but I've actually wanted to be an astronaut because I want to see what the moon is made of.
Because you want to go see what the moon is made of. All right. That's awesome. That's really awesome. So, what is it that you see mommy do that you feel will be necessary for you to do in order to become an astronaut?
Take chances.
Take chances. Did you hear my baby? My baby said take chances. Listen, adults. Listen, comfortable people. Listen, people that push your children to be doctors, lawyers, nurses, or teachers because you don't know an astronaut. My baby said take chances. And he learned that from watching his mommy. You can plant better. You can dominate. Say bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to Plant Better University. If this is your first time joining us, welcome and thank you for choosing us to pour into you. If you are a returning customer, recurring customer, thank you for allowing us to continually pour into you, continually enhance your life, and thank you for being a part of our community. We are here, we are thriving, we're growing, all because of you. My name is Tempest. I am one of the owners of ATS Companies, and again, welcome and thank you for being here. I want to talk to you about 3 things I wish I knew when I was 20 or in my 20s. I'm now in the 30 club, and now that I'm older, I'm a little wiser, and I've gone through some things, just some reflections about what I wish I knew, what I wish I would have listened to when I was in my 20s. And maybe you're older, maybe you're younger, but I feel like it's something that we all can learn and all grow from. So the first thing I wish I knew, wish I told myself, wish I understood that I was enough. I am enough. I don't think I really understood that until 29, and very late 29. If I knew that I was enough in my 20s, I could have avoided a lot of situations. I could have avoided painful relationships, painful friendships. I could have avoided not being in certain situations. So I am enough. What does that mean? That means I alone am enough. I don't have to depend on someone to make me whole. I don't have to wait until I'm earning a certain amount of money in order to feel worthy. I don't have to worry about, or I don't have to have a certain degree by a certain year, or a certain level of degree by a certain age. I don't have to keep up with the Joneses. I don't have to have a economic status of whatever in order to feel worthy, in order to feel valued, in order to feel like I deserve or I should be here. I alone am enough. And I say I finally grasped that at 29, but it was being poured into me like 23, 24. I just didn't feel like that made sense to me. I felt like other people were enough, but I never felt that I was enough, you know. I don't have a college degree, so I felt less than my peers. I don't have the amount of money in my bank accounts that I wanted to have by a certain age, so I felt unworthy with that. So that was another chunk of the pie, so to speak, missing. I didn't have the kind of job I wanted because I didn't have the degrees I wanted, so I felt like I was behind. I wasn't married, I didn't have kids, I wasn't driving the car that I wanted, or the type of car that I wanted. I didn't know the type of people that I wanted to know, and it caused me to feel less than. It caused me to, unfortunately, seek out a relationship that wasn't worthy of me. And that relationship really taught me just how low my self-esteem was. Looking back on it now, I was a scared little girl trying to be in a adult relationship and change somebody. And maybe I should add that to my list of things, but you can't change people. And when you don't feel like you're enough, you kind of take on projects, so to speak. You take on projects and disguise that and get so caught up and wrapped up in that you don't focus on yourself. So I took my emptiness and pulled someone else to fill that void, and that someone else ended up hurting me. That someone else ended up really hurting me very badly, and I still didn't feel like I was enough. So it took leaving that relationship, and it took reading tons and tons of books and going to conferences and watching videos and listening to TED Talks and motivational speakers and listening to mentors and coaches and friends who said, you know what, you're enough alone. And I rejected it, obviously, because I was empty. Pieces of me I felt were empty, and I wanted things to fill that void. I wanted, a closet full of clothes and all the latest shoes and all these designer purses. And I felt like if I had the gadgets and the car and the house and the clothes and the shoes and the accessories and all this kind of stuff, then I would finally be happy. But guess what? Here I am today. I still don't have a closet full of clothes like that. I still don't have tons of shoes like that. I still don't have the designer clothes. I don't have the designer purses or accessories. And I'm driving a car that some people may not like, but me and my Toyota are enough. And even if I don't have a Toyota, even when I was on the bus, I was enough. But I didn't beat that into my head enough. So I wish first and foremost that I would have understood my value, understood my worth, understood my power, and really knew that I was enough. The next thing I wish I knew, or wish I taught myself, that it's okay to love me first. You know, oftentimes we watch people, we watch movies, we watch TV, and we always see people putting everything and everyone above them. And then at the end of the day, they have nothing for them. They just have exhaustion and depression and nothing for them. And I believe if you don't know how to love yourself, if you don't love yourself first, then you are not properly loving other people. You know, it's difficult conversation, but it's difficult to have someone say, oh, I love you, but then you don't love yourself. Like, how can you love someone if you don't love the person in the mirror? And it's kind of unfair, and you do them an injustice, and you do yourself an injustice, because you're not really loving them. You're kind of using them again to fill a void. But when you love yourself properly, when you love yourself first, then you can pour out into other people. You can pour out into others. You can love people properly. You don't get upset with them as much. You don't want to argue as much. You do start to see things from their point of view first. You pause before you jump at it, jump at something. You learn to pause and have a conversation rather than an argument. When you love yourself first, you take care of yourself. You eat better, you exercise, you take care of your things, you take care of your body. You spend more time with self-care, whatever that means, reading books and whatever self-care is for you. So you learn a self-care routine. You know what you want and what you don't want. You know what your worth is and what it feels like to feel worthless. You know what your value is, and you know when and where you should take you and your value. You know when to pull back. You listen to your energy. You listen to the vibes. You listen to the frequency around you, and you know who and who not to entertain, who and who not to allow into your circle, who to call your friend, who not to call your friend. And you just experience life, I believe, at a totally different level. So definitely love yourself. And last but not least, learn to say no. This was a very hard lesson for me. I often would say yes to things. Yes, I'll help you. Yes, I'll go here. Yes, I'll do that. Yes, and almost killed myself for it. I almost ran myself into the ground saying yes to everyone else. Sometimes I did things that were uncomfortable, that I knew I shouldn't do. I did things that I knew I had no business being at, being in places I had no business being at, interacting with people who didn't feel good to be around, but I said yes anyway, and I suffered for years, saying yes to being around certain people instead of saying no, and agreeing to their energy when it caused me pain, taking on projects from other people and they wouldn't even say thank you or consider me and what I had to do as long as their project got done. Just so much. So I wish I would have learned earlier to say no, I'm sorry, I can't help you, or not even qualify, just say no. It's okay to say no, and it kind of goes back to that. It's okay to love yourself first, because when you do love yourself, you do know what, like I said, you do know what
you do want, you do know what you don't want. And a lot of times we say yes to things because we think it's gonna make us look better as people. We think it's gonna make people like us, or we have a disease to please, as Oprah Winfrey says. And I forget where I heard this. I think she did an interview with Stafford Business School. It's on YouTube. It's like an hour link. And she said when she made it big, when she became Oprah, she had all sorts of phone calls and people asking her to help with this and that and pay my rent and pay my bills, and can you help me out of this situation? And because she had a disease to please, she said yes to a lot of things. And then finally she learned to say no, and she ended up telling Stevie Wonder no for something that he wanted. And she said she was afraid that he was gonna stop liking her, and she said he just continued the conversation, said okay, and continued the conversation. And I think a lot of us say yes to certain things because we want to keep friends, or we want to be liked, or we want to be depended on. But we really should be saying no and taking time out for ourselves, building ourselves up, spending time with our family or our business, or doing the things that we want to do. So it's okay to say no. And I think that goes for people in any age group, but it's wise, I believe, if you learn that early, so you're not spending your later years trying to unlearn decades of programming where you feel obligated to say yes to everyone. I wish I had told some people and their projects and their demands no, because I'm still affected by just not pain, but just I'm still affected by when someone mentions their name. I kind of frown up because I remember how I was treated, but I really can't blame them. I blame myself, because if I had never said yes, I never would have been mistreated the way I was. So to recap, number one, know that you are enough, and that goes for anybody. And I don't have kids, but the day I do, I will start pouring that into them from day one. You are enough. Number two, it's okay to love yourself, and I hope that you grasp that more than anything, because I think that's the glue that connects all of these points together. Even though I have three, and I could go on and on and on, but I'm going to stop at three. And then last but not least, learn to say no. It's okay to say yes to you. Lisa Nichols, she's one of my role models, and I'll end with this. She says, learn to say no, so when you say yes, it's powerful, it's meaningful, and you feel it. So say no so you can say yes to you. So I hope that you did learn something. I hope that something was said that helps you. If you have any questions or you need to talk something out, feel free to email me at tempest@batsjr.com. Again, thank you for joining Plant Better University, and we'll see you soon.
Hello everybody, it's me again, and I want to share something with you that I struggle with getting a handle on it, but it's something that I know we all experience, and that is frustration. Frustration comes in all forms, and all of them are negative. We get frustrated when we're struggling with something. We get frustrated when we have to make a decision. We are frustrated when we get annoyed, like standing in line at the grocery store. I get annoyed. We get frustrated when we're irritated with people around us, or at anything. We just get irritated. These are all emotions that we put out when we're frustrated. We actually hold resentment when we get frustrated. We get overwhelmed. When we have a lot of tasks to do, we just get frustrated. We're like, what do we do? And actually, this is the sign of frustration. You just, stuff you've done. I do that. It's like an adult temper tantrum. I know it sucks to say that, but that's exactly what it is. We also get frustrated when we think we are misunderstood. When you're trying to explain something to something and it's not coming out the right, or we say something and somebody else takes it the wrong way, and we get frustrated with that. We also get frustrated with disappointments. It's life. We get a lot of disappointments, but that makes us frustrated. Sometimes I cry when I get frustrated, and it's really not the frustration. It might be just the disappointment. When we get frustrated, it causes confusion, not only in ourselves, but the people that we have around us. And it just creates a bunch of turmoil. Being frustrated makes you feel like you are not in control. Being frustrated makes you feel like you just want to quit. Being frustrated makes you nervous and gives you anxiety. Being frustrated makes you tired and exhausted. You know why? Because it's wasted energy. Why do I know all this? Because I'm a master of being frustrated. I can give you the how and why I get frustrated. Maybe if I show you a little bit of my transparency, you may also look into yourselves and see what things that make you get frustrated. But I have 4 top things that make me frustrated. One of them, and these are all my transparencies. I'm not saying that they're yours, but I'm actually being really transparent. And it's kind of hard for me to say some of the things because it makes me take a look back and then actually sees you, that you see me in a way that I'm not too proud of. Number 1, I get frustrated because I don't read actively and I don't listen actively. The other day I had a toy for my grandson and I ripped it out the box and, oh, I got this. And I was frustrated, and if I would have just went back and read the directions, it would have been just fine, and I wouldn't have went through that hot flash and all that crazy stuff and thinking I forgot a part and this and that, thinking that the batteries, it must be the batteries because it sure wasn't me. Or I don't actively listen to people. Somebody may give me directions or answer a question that I asked, and if it's not the answer that I think I want it to be, I resist them. And I get frustrated, and it's all my fault. It's all my fault. So that was number 2, is that I resist answers to questions. I resist new information. I'm learning how to do something, and then it goes against what I think it should be. In the first place, I shouldn't even ask. So yes, that is all resistance and rejection, and it all goes behind me. I'm the one who's resisting. I'm the one who's rejecting. I'm the one who's not listening. I'm the one who's not reading. And the third one is I have control issues. And I found out recently that I get more frustrated with the people in my life, the people that I love, because those are the ones that I want to control the most. I have a young adult daughter who I get frustrated with because I try to control her. I try to control what she wears. I try to control who she sees and all this kinds of thing. And then I'm just trying to control her. I need to allow her to be who she is, the way she is, and leave it at that. The good news is that I have 7 things that have helped me get a grip on my frustration. Number 1 being the power of pause. Think. Just stop and think. If I would have just stopped and thought and read the directions and listened to what the directions were telling me, I wouldn't have gone through 20 minutes of trying to figure out this stupid toy. So I wouldn't have. It was adult temper tantrum. So if you use the power of pause, slow down, use the power of pause and think. Is this really necessary? This frustration, if all these feelings of being overwhelmed and being annoyed and irritated, is it really worth this energy that I'm giving out? And it is negative energy. Number 2, just do the opposite. If you're getting frustrated because you're not reading the directions, read the directions. If you're getting frustrated because you're trying to control someone, stop controlling them. If you're, do the opposite of being overwhelmed. If you have this to-do list that I'm sure we all do the opposite. Do one thing. Don't try to do all of them. Just do one. Number 3 is just talk it out. Don't vent. Just talk it out. Talk it out. If you're having a conversation with somebody and you're frustrated because they're not getting your viewpoint, listen to their viewpoint. It goes back to actually on the actively listening part. Give somebody the respect that they deserve and listen to them. Talk it out. Another thing, number 4, just step back, step away, regroup, settle down. My favorite thing to do is just have a beer and go back to it later. It seems to all work out after that. Number 5, center yourself. It also kind of goes along with the power of pause, but if you center yourself, deep breath in, deep breath out, close your eyes, just center yourself, regroup, get rid of that bad energy, because that's what this is, very bad energy. Number 6, just be grateful. Just be grateful. If you are frustrated and irritated because you're in the grocery line, be grateful for that moment. Be grateful that you're not driving in traffic. You're just in a grocery store. Be grateful for the person in front of you. Be grateful for the cashier. I know it's tough. If you're in traffic, be grateful that you are in traffic. Be grateful that you have a job that you're just leaving from or you're on your way to. If you have more gratitude and more gratefulness and just enjoy the moment, put in an audio book, play your favorite song. Just get rid of that bad energy from the frustration. And number 7 is look at things from a different angle. If you change the way that you look at something, if you change the way that you look at it, the things that you look at actually change. I may not have all the answers to frustration and why I do it and how to overcome it, but I do know that I'm one step further with these 7 steps. I'm a little less arrogant. And another thing that actually, I did miss one thing, and I skipped over it, but to show my true transparency and why I am frustrated is sometimes I save the worst for last. Is that I think I'm better than other people. I think I can do it better than somebody else. Step back. Let the person do their job. Let them do it their way. Be grateful for them. That was a tough one for me to do, because I'm not better than anybody, and I know people out there have specified knowledge and they can do things much better. I am an equal. I'm not better than anybody, and that was the hardest, toughest lesson that I ever had to learn. So I had to lower myself. I had to do it. You can too. There's a lot of people out there with a lot of great ideas. There's a lot of people out there with a lot of love that you don't need to control them. Be grateful for them. Listen to them. And just be a better person because of it. My name is Michelle, and I hope I helped you a little bit with your frustration. I know I'm still working on mine, but I got a better handle with it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deanna Mitchell. Thank you for joining me today. I want to speak with everyone today about stopping in your store. I've probably mentioned this before, but I felt the need to mention it again. Don't stop in your storm. What do I mean by don't stop in your storm? Let me tell you a story. There was a young lady who used to drive around a lot. She drove around a whole lot, all over the place. And in the middle of a storm, she got into a car accident. Well, because she was in the middle of the storm during her accident, anytime she drove now, she was very nervous. She was very scary. I mean, you understand how this can be when you drive during a storm and, you know, you have a car accident, you get a little nervous behind the wheel. Well, she was driving with her father one day, and they were driving into a storm. And as they were driving along, the storm got worse. The rain got heavier. And the young lady, she got nervous. She was like, well, Dad, I'm going to pull over. He's like, no, keep driving. And she's like, but Dad, the storm's getting kind of bad. You know, I'm going to pull over. He's like, no, keep driving. So she does what her dad says. Being a daddy's girl, she does what her dad says. And she keeps driving. Well, as she's driving, it gets worse. The sky starts getting darker and the rain starts getting heavier, and even the cars in front of her are starting to shift over and park. And she's like, Dad, I'm really gonna pull over now. The storm's getting really bad. He's like, no, keep driving. And she's really starting to get frustrated. She's like, no, Dad, you don't understand. The storm is getting really bad. You see that the cars parked on the side of like we're passing up cars on the side of the road. He's like, just do what I say and keep driving. So she keeps driving, and she keeps driving. The storm gets worse as she's going. But listening to her father, she keeps driving. And as she keeps driving, she notices that a little further ahead of her, the sky seems to start to clear. The storm seems to let up. And eventually she drives out of the storm. And at this point, her father tells her, okay, pull over. So after pulling over, she looked over at her dad and she was like, Daddy, I was nervous. You knew I had the car accident. Why did you make me drive through the storm? And he was like, look behind you. And when she turned to look behind her, she saw the car still stuck in their storm. And he said, now look ahead of you. Clear skies and sunshine. He said, if you would have stayed, if you would have parked, you would have been in the storm longer than you had to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you today and I'm begging you to don't stop in your storm. Stopping in your storm causes you to stay in your storm longer than you have to and longer than what is necessary. And what do I mean by don't stop in your storm? Our storms are anything in our lives that hit us and they seem so much to where we want to just stop in the middle of it. Those are the storms you keep moving. You do not stop. Because when you stop in your storm, you stay in your storm. And when you stay in your storm, you end up missing the sunlight and the blue skies. Let me give you an example of staying in your storm. When you grow up following the examples that were placed before you. So you do everything that these examples showed you. And these examples could be anything. These examples could be friends, they could be family, they could be parental units. These things could be teachers, they could be anything. But you follow these examples. You do exactly what these examples say, but you're doing things that cause you to hit bumps in the road. You're doing things that aren't quite as pleasing to you. So you shift. And you start doing things that you're passionate about and that you love. And in the process of doing this, you realize that you keep hitting wall after wall after wall after wall. Those walls are your storms. Antonio tells us that when you move, you know you're moving, because the opposite happens to you when you're moving. So when you're moving forward towards what you need, you're going to get the opposite of that. When you're moving towards what you want, you're going to get the opposite of that. That opposite, that's your storm. Fear is your storm. Worry is your storm. Stress is your storm. Don't stop in your storm. You keep moving. Just like the dad told the little girl, no, keep driving. You gotta keep moving. When you hit that wall, when you hit that storm, you don't stop, because your sunshine and your blue skies are right on the other side of that. How do you not stop in your storm? It's quite easy. You just keep moving. And I know that's easier said than done. Trust me, I know. I understand. It's easier said than done. It's completely easier said than done. But it is easy to do. How do you not stop in your storm? By putting one foot in front of the other and you keep moving. How do you not stop in the storm? You reach out and you ask for help. How do you not stop in the storm? You find someone who's doing the same thing that you want to do and you follow their path. Because I'm sure they've hit storms and they've gotten through. How do you not stop in your storm? You let your passion for what you're doing be stronger than your storm. Don't stop in your storm, because stopping in your storm is staying in your misery longer than you have to. Stopping in your storm is being rained on, being flooded out, not being able to move forward, not being able to see in front of you. But if you really think about it, look at how you drive at night on the darkest of the darkest roads. Can you actually see in front of you if it wasn't for your headlights? And even then, your headlights only shine 200 feet in front of you. Yet, you don't stop in the dark. Apply the same concept to your storm. You can only see so far in front of you, but you keep moving because you have faith that those headlights are going to stay working and keep moving and keep you going forward and keep you being able to see 200 feet ahead of you at a time. And every minute is an extra 200 feet. And every mile is an extra 200 feet until you get to your destination. Apply that same concept to your storms. When you hit a storm, believe within you that you're going to get through the storm, and you keep moving. Even though you cannot see past the storm, you keep moving. One foot at a time, one foot in front of the other. Read books to help you through your storms. What I mean, read books to help me through my storms? What's a book I'm doing my storms? Okay, look, let me explain to you. We have a certain mindset when we go into our storms. The same mindset that got us into that storm cannot get us out of that storm. So you have to change how you think in order to get out of that storm. It's not easy because you have years and years and years of compounded, unintentional, intentional learning and building that is within you. And it's in there and it's solidified and it's like just there, like nothing can change it. But when you read and you educate yourself and you stretch your mindset and you raise your ceiling on your thinking, you'll be able to take another step while you're in that storm. Personal growth and personal development is a storm in itself. Because once you start, you're consistently in a storm because you're consistently battling the storms of what used to be versus the storms of what you want. So don't stop there. Keep moving, because it's not easy. It's going to hurt. Because while in the storm, you're literally washing away everything that holds you back. But you can't stay in your storm too long, because you remain in a place of indecision, and you remain in a place of uncertainty, and you remain in a place that's just a flat line of your life. Life is a heartbeat. You're gonna have your ups, and you're gonna have your downs. But don't stay in your downs. Don't stay in your storms. Why drown yourself in your misery when you can just put one foot in front of the other and keep going? How else do you not stop in your storm? Like I said, you find friends that are willing to be in that storm with you and help you through and motivate you. Hey D, did you get it done? Hey D, what you doing? Hey D, keep moving. Hey Lisa, come on, let's go over here. Hey Lisa, are you having a bad day today? Come on, talk to me. Let it out. Don't hold it in. Your friends will help pull you through these storms. They'll be the dad in the passenger side that tells you to keep moving forward. When you're ready to park, they're the dad sitting next to you saying, don't stop, keep moving. You're going to need that. You're going to need someone who is on your side, telling you, don't stop, keep moving. Because if you stay in your storm, you may be there by yourself. Because being in your storm is a lonely place. Your friends are moving through the storm. They can only take you so far. You have to want to be out of your storm. So that's why I keep telling you, don't stop in your storm. Because you'll lose the friends that you're supposed to have. And you'll be stuck with the friends who enjoy playing in the rain. Keep moving. Don't stop in your storm. How else did you not stop in your storm? You find someone who's been through your storm. You find someone who's been through your storm and did not stop and made it through. You find someone who's been through your storm, maybe stopped a couple of times so they can tell you, no, you don't want to stop, because if you stop, this is what will happen because you'll be in there too long. Yeah. Find someone who's been there, done that, got out of their storm, and is parked on the side looking at the ones behind them like, man, I wish they would just keep moving. Find someone who's going to guide you through the storm. Because while you may not be able to see in front of you, they already know what's ahead. So they can tell you, no, keep going. When you want to say, no, I just want to pull over and park, you're going to say, no, just keep going. I know what's there, keep going. You don't want to stay here. I'm going to give you a prime example. I was driving around with Antonio because we had an event that we needed to go to. And he said the most profound thing to me, and it stuck with me. I had turned the wrong way. And I was going to keep going to see if it looped around. And he stopped me. He said, no, why are you still going in the wrong direction? I was like, well, I was just going to turn around and go. He said, no. He said, let me explain to you why. He said, it takes you longer to get back on your path when you go in the wrong direction. Once you realize that you're on the wrong path, stop, turn around, go back, and get back on your path quicker. It's the same as don't stop in your storm. If you stop in your storm, you stay in your misery longer. Whereas once you realize you're in a storm, and you're like, oh no, that's a storm over there, let me go this way, you're still moving forward. Find someone who has done what you are doing and got through it so they can help you through your storm. Ladies and gentlemen, why am I speaking to you today about not stopping in your storm? Because I've stopped in my storm before. I've stopped in my storm on several occasions. So I'm not telling you something that I have not been through myself. I've stopped in my storm and I've spent months and years getting flooded out, trying to save everything from the rain, and I just stopped and I sat in my storm and I watched it get worse and worse and worse. I'm telling you this story because I understand how it is to sit in your storm. I understand how it is to not keep moving through your storm. But I'm also talking to you because I also understand how it is to not stop in my storm, to keep moving through my storm, and to sit on the other side of that storm. I've been in my car and I've turned and I've looked back and I've seen those that are still parked in the storm that I just drove through. So I just want to let you know, guys, don't stop in your storm. Keep moving. If you have to slow down so you can see better because the rain is hitting so hard, okay, slow down just a little, not a lot. And Tony always tells us sometimes you have to slow down to speed up. So slow down just a little so you can see, but don't stop. My name is Deanna Marie Mitchell. And I come to you humbly today asking you, don't stop in your storm. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Making Money Fast with Grace Sandals. I'm going to show you different ways how you can make money fast. I know a lot of times we get in a tight, and by tight I mean money is tight, and you're kind of running out, you're a little low, and you say, you know what, I need to make some fast, quick money. You want to make it the legal way. Here are some tips. Number one, drive with Uber. As a driving partner with Uber, you are an independent contractor. And what that means is you create your own schedule and you work as little or as much as you want. Now, to calculate how much you earn, there's a base fare, and you add that to the time and distance traveled after your pickup, after your passengers that you pick up, and then Uber will charge a service fee. So this is how you calculate how much you will earn in that time. The requirements for driving with Uber. You must be at least 21 years old and have at least 1 year of licensed driving experience in the United States. Now, if you are under the age of 23, you must have at least 3 years of licensed driving experience. You must have a valid U.S. driver's license and pass a background check. Yes, pass the background check. That's awesome. You must do that. Also, your car must be a 4-door car and must seat at least 4 passengers, not including the driver. And you must be registered in-state and be covered with in-state insurance. So whatever state you are in. I live in Texas. So in order to drive with Uber, I must have a 4-door car. I must be able to seat at least 4 people, not including myself. And I must have a Texas driver's license along with insurance. This is how the requirements you must have to drive with Uber. Uber is one of the quickest ways to make money, one of the fastest ways to make money, one of the easiest ways to make money. If you are an extrovert and you like driving, go drive for Uber. Even if you're an introvert but you like driving, go drive for Uber to make some money fast. You don't necessarily have to talk to the passengers. Why? Because once you go and pick up the passenger, you already know where they're going because the phone told you where you're going to pick the passenger up and where you're taking the passenger. If you do love talking to the passenger, it makes the time go by quicker. You can ask them what they like, where they're going, why they're going there. Are they here for business? Are they here for pleasure? Anything that you can think of, driving with Uber, will help you out to make money fast. Again, you are a licensed contractor. You can work as little or as much as you would like. As the more you work, the more money you earn. The less you work, the less money you earn. So it all depends on how much money you intend to earn. With that, this is Making Money Fast with Grace Sandals. See you at the top and not from the top.
Hello and welcome to ATS Week. I am the double certified Reverend Brian A. Johnson, and today I come to you and I want to talk to you about how to overcome pride. At first glance, being prideful may appear as a strength. In truth, pride is synonymous with self-praise, self-importance, which means prideful people may have difficulty seeing their own shortcomings. If you're prideful, you may view yourself as being better than others. In the end, pride can ruin relationships and stomp self-growth. Overcome your pride by acknowledging this bad habit, eliminating self-consciousness, and replacing it with humility. John C. Maxwell quoted, "The point is that each person's pride is in competition with everyone else's pride. It is because I want to be the big noise at the party that I am so annoyed at someone else being the big noise." Now, what you want to get clear is the pride is essentially competitive. It's competitive by its very nature, while the other vices are competitive only, so to speak, by accident. Pride gets no pleasure out of having something, only out of having more of it than the next man. We say that people are proud of being rich or clever or good looking, but they are not. They are proud of being richer or clever or better looking than others. If everyone else became equally rich or clever or good looking, there would be nothing to be proud about. It is the comparison that makes you proud, the pleasure of being above the rest. Now, let's talk about pride. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say about 5 points here. I have 5 points here for you about pride. And then in our next episode, or our next video, we're gonna talk about how to deal with pride. Right now, we're talking about how to overcome pride. And your first point is acknowledging your pridefulness. Be accountable. If you are a prideful person, you may have trouble accepting your faults. And anyway, everyone has some difficulty taking ownership for their faults. You might deny responsibility because the act of being wrong doesn't align with your self-concept. But admitting your fault is not a weakness. It's simply a part of being human. Listen, learn to admit the mistake and apologize. Rectify the wrong. Simply say, "This was my mistake." Doing so will help you retain relationships and maybe even benefit your personal growth. Excuse me. C.L. Lewis says about acknowledging pride, "If anyone would like to acquire humility, I think, tell him the first step. The first step is to realize that one is proud. And a bigger step too, at least nothing can be done before it. If you think you're not conceited, it means you are very conceited indeed. Point 2, lose the defensiveness. In a way, excessive pride places you on a shaky ground because you're always fearful of losing favor or status. Because of this instability, you might be quick to defend. Defensiveness makes you appear inflexible and insecure. It also shuts down the lines of communicating. Instead of jumping to defensiveness, pause. Don't follow your instincts, which are to defend. Take deep breaths. Agree to a degree by saying yes and. This is preferable to saying yes, but, which comes off as very defensive. Then try to work with the other person to brainstorm an effective solution that doesn't jeopardize the relationship. Do your best to develop a curious attitude and a take in others' point of view. Work on accepting criticism as a learning experience. Taking things personally make it difficult to reflect and improve. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness always allows you to slow down and connect with the present moment. Mindfulness brings awareness to your thoughts and can help you notice your prideful thoughts and reactions. When you lack being mindful, your pride allows you to display a form of selfishness that is uninviting. Excuse me. You can activate mindfulness during times when your pride is in control. For example, you feel intimidated by a coworker who is doing an outstanding job. You might slow down and tune into your thoughts and feelings. Remember, you don't have to see others' success as intimidation. Let me repeat that. You don't have to see others' success as intimidation. Think of ways you can learn from the person instead. It can help to celebrate the other's success. Number 4, and I love number 4, it says laugh at yourself. There's an old saying that says, blessed are they that laugh at themselves, for they shall never cease to be entertained. Once you begin to look for the humor in your behavior and situation, you'll find it everywhere. Prideful people take themselves way too seriously. By laughing at yourself, you begin to see how absurd we can all be sometimes. The book I love to read and read more often than others said, laughter is good for the soul. There was a study done, and the results said that it takes less muscles to smile than it does to frown. The great philosopher Kirk Franklin says, you look so much better when you smile. So laugh at yourself. And number 5, bringing it together. If your pride pushes you towards performing with excellence, doing your best, and finding the joy in the accomplishments of others, it's probably helping you become a better leader. But if there's even a hint of competition or self-promotion in it, it's probably having a negative effect on your relationships that can hurt both your life and your leadership. If that's true, do what I try to do. Shift my focus onto others and follow the tips above. There you have it, how to overcome pride. Thank you for joining us for ATS Week. Catch you next time.
Welcome.
Yes, I have a business partner here, the Reverend Brian A. Johnson. I am Grace Sandals. And today we are talking about the power of focus. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about the power of focus, how to train your mind to focus on the things that it is that you want most out of life. So let's jump right in. Whatever we experience in our bodies comes from what we pay attention to. I'll say that again. Whatever we experience in our bodies comes from what we pay attention to. And this determines how we feel, and how we feel determines how we're going to behave. So I'll give an example. To me, I'm speaking for myself, I feel I am a little overweight. And because of that, the reason I feel that way is because I experience overeating at times. Yes. Okay, so when I overeat, because this is what I pay attention to a lot, I'm a lover of food. I'm a lover of food.
She's a foodie.
I'm a foodie.
She's a foodie.
So because I eat and I overeat, I have gained weight. And because I have gained weight, when I look at myself and pay attention to the weight that I've gained, I don't feel as good about myself as I should. And so because of that, I behave. How do foodies behave when they don't like the way they look? They eat more.
Yes.
So whatever we experience in our bodies comes from what we pay attention to.
And she gave you the lamest terms of it. And I'm going to give you the other. Whatever you overindulge in, that overindulgence becomes you.
That's it.
If you overindulge in procrastinating, you, my friend, are a procrastinator. Why can I say that? Because, as we all know, who had the PhD of procrastination? I did. Yes, I did. I had a PhD in procrastination. I had like 3 PhDs on a wall. They was all doctrines in areas of procrastination. So whatever you overindulge in, that becomes you.
That's it.
Because like the great Les Brown says, you don't get who you want. You get who you are.
That's right. That's right.
Now, let's keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. This is nice. I'm glad you invited me on this one today.
No problem.
This is
Thank you.
nice. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now, in terms of focus, there are 2 things that we can control. The first one is what we're focusing on. And what that means are the things that you're picturing in your mind and the things that you're saying to yourself. Okay? I'm going to get to the second one in a moment. But what you picture in your mind. Remember when I said, when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't like what I see sometimes because I've overeaten. But that's the picture I have in my mind. Somebody else may come and tell me, you look just fine. What are you talking about? You're okay. And this gentleman being one of them, and my other friends and business partners being other people that have told me that. So again, you can control that. Antonio always tells us, anything you can account for, you can control. So you can control the pictures that you have in your mind. The next one is what we're saying to ourselves. There's a book out there that's called What You Say When You Talk to Yourself. Now, I can talk to you all day long and give you great affirmations about yourself and great advice and say, you're great, you're amazing, you can do this. But it doesn't matter what I tell you. It matters what you tell yourself. Because you are the person that you're with all day long. And you're the person who talks to you the most. Whether it's outwardly or inwardly. Whether it's thoughts or you talking it out about yourself. If you keep telling yourself, I can never get this problem solved, guess what? Your brain said, okay, we can't solve the problem. Whatever you say to yourself is the truth. Even if it's a lie.
And I would add a third one and say, whatever you watch, that becomes you.
That's right.
You only gravitate to what's attracted to you. The universe only gives you what you want. If you're a person that likes drama and things of that nature, you like arguing, you like complaining, you like fussing and fighting, guess what shows you're going to be interested in?
Wow.
Scandal, Empire, Star. Know why? They have everything that piques who you are. If you're an intellectual person and you like things that make you think, what are you going to be interested in? Maybe CSI, You know, NCIS maybe.
Yes.
Are you gonna ensure that you watch a lot of documentaries about science, about the earth, about the universe? So what you watch that actually is who you are. If you're a person if you're a sports person, whether you play or not, that's just you. Yeah, your TV will be on ESPN 30. TV will be on ESPN 80% of the day. The other 20% you're gonna find are sports to watch, whether it's tennis, basketball, hockey, soccer, boxing, MMA. You're gonna watch who you are, and that's who you're gonna attract. So with your focus, understand that what you're watching is what you're allowing to be poured into you.
Right.
What you picture in your mind is what you receive from what your eyes saw, that you allowed to be poured into you. So the picture in your mind is what you've seen. She just gave you an example. The only way she feels that way, I don't agree. Let's put that down for the record. I do not agree that Grace is overweight. I don't agree with that. But in her example, let's use that example because I can't speak nothing over something she just said. The only reason she sees that in her mind is because she saw it with her eyes. And she received it in that manner. Her eyes saw her body and say, hey, that's not right. I don't like that. I don't agree with that. That's overweight to me. So now she pictures that I'm overweight.
Right.
Because what your eyes see, what you watch, is what's poured into you.
Right.
And that's what you become.
All right. So that was the first thing that we can control in terms of focus. The second thing is how we're focusing. The dimensions of the pictures in your mind. Brian just really went over the dimensions of the pictures that you have in your mind. I mean, we can dream in color, and we see things in color, even if those things are not real. We see things, how they are, or how we picture them. And so how we're focusing is something that we can also control. Just going back to the example that I said, if I stop focusing on myself, the way I look and say, man, I'm overweight, and be happy.
I don't agree.
And he doesn't agree. And be happy with the body that I have. So when I see myself, you know what? You look good, girl. You look good. The dimensions of the pictures in your mind. So if you keep telling yourself, or you keep focusing on, oh, I don't have enough money for this, or I don't have enough money for that. Change the dimensions of the pictures of your mind. Picture your bank account the way you want it to be. Picture your love life the way you want it to be. Picture your success life the way you want it to be. That will determine what you focus on. Your brain is a camera, and you only have feelings about what you're focused on. So the situations that you've experienced in your life is because of what you focused on in that situation. Give you an example. Let's say we go to a party, and we're at the party, whatever, party's over, we go home or whatever, and then the next day we get around some friends, and some friends who didn't go to the party ask us, oh, how was the party? Brian may say, oh, party was whack. Okay, the party was whack, okay? What he focused on were people,
the whackness.
Was the whackness of the party. What he focused on were people who were bored in a corner on the phone. That's what his camera focused on. I could say, man, the party was great, it was jumping, it was lit, I was dancing all night, because I focused on the people who were having fun at the party. Your situations that you experience is determined by what you focus on in that situation.
That's good. And you keep going.
Okay.
Say about that. Spot on.
Okay. Now, you make decisions about what to focus on. Nobody else can make a decision for you about what to focus on. You make your own decisions. Somebody can say, hey, you may want to focus on this. Now, if you take their advice, you decided to focus on that. But if you said, no, I don't think I want to do that, you decided to focus on something else. You ultimately make the decision of what to focus on. And how that is determined is by the things, how you evaluate things. Now, when I say evaluate things, evaluations are nothing but the questions you ask yourself.
That's it.
Your brain is a supercomputer. And anything you ask yourself, your brain will come up with an answer.
Every time.
Every time. So you have to pay attention to the questions you ask yourself. Here's a question a lot of people ask themselves all the time. Why does this always happen to me? Why do I keep losing? I guarantee you.
Keep getting it.
I guarantee you your brain will come up with a reason of why you keep losing. And then it goes back to that's going to determine how you feel, and how you feel determines how you behave. So you want to pay attention to the questions that you ask yourself.
And to go a step further with that, like she's spot on. And same question. Why does this always happen to me? Why do I keep losing? The law of attraction is only going to give you back what you keep manifesting. But watch this. It's going to give it to you in abundance. It's not going to give you a little bit of it. It's not going to give you a piece of it. It's going to give you the whole pie.
That's it.
And the pie may even overflow with apples and stuff falling out the side, because that's the law of attraction.
That's right.
What you put out is what you're going to get back.
That's right.
But you're going to get it back in multiples. So if you keep focusing on the on the tares that's growing in your garden, all you're going to keep getting is the tares. Because you don't see the wheat to even have gratitude enough to say, I'm grateful for the wheat. All you see is the tares, and you keep saying, why do this keep happening to me?
Right.
Why did this keep happening in my garden? Why am I always sowing bad things? Why? And every time you ask why, your mind is going to give you an answer, and the universe is going to give you more of that answer.
All right now.
No, you did that.
This is why I invited you here.
Oh, thank you, Dad. I appreciate that.
Asking questions does three things. First, they instantly change what you're focused on, and therefore changes the way you feel.
Oh, yeah.
You ever had a headache and it was real bad,
Migraine.
but one of your kids said, Mom, Dad, I really need some help with this? And so being the parent that you are, you want to do anything for your children, so you start doing whatever it is. Maybe it's a project they need to work on for school or something like that. Whatever it is, you started working on it, and because you were focused on what your child needed help with, afterwards you notice, my headache's gone. I don't have that anymore. Questions instantly change what you're focused on, and therefore change the way you feel. 2, questions change what you're deleting. The disempowering questions you keep asking yourself, why does this always happen to me? Why do I keep losing? Why am I this and why am I that? If you stop asking disempowering questions and start asking empowering questions, such as, what can I do to start winning? What can I do to release this weight and enjoy the process while I'm doing it? Start asking yourself empowering questions, and it will delete the disempowering questions, therefore not making you feel bad, therefore you don't behave badly. Keep going? Okay. And thirdly, questions help you to get access to the resources that are already within yourself. Antonio always tells us, everything you need is on the inside of you. So when you ask the right questions, you get the right answers because they're already on the inside of you. Everything you need is within us already. Ask the right questions, your brain tells you the right answers, and you get the success that you want. Wrapping this up, your power comes from what you focus on. Your power comes from what you focus on. So my only question is,
What are you focusing on?
what are you focusing on? And will you have, based on what you're focused on, will it be the power of prosperity or the power of poverty? Any last words, sir?
That deserves a benediction. I don't think I will not.
All right.
Grace did awesome, and I thank you for allowing me this chance to get hit the hardest right next to you for this. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank
did
you.
awesome.
Thank you for joining.
You did awesome.
And as always, we will see you at the top and not from the top.
That's it.
Did you hear about ATS week?
I did.
It's gonna be on
Is
the
it
stage.
for real?
It's gonna be on the
like
stage.
24/7?
24/7.
No way.
Yes.
No.
You know, like Shark Week is a big deal.
Oh, okay. I
Shark
get
Week
it
is
now.
a
It took me a minute. Blonde hair.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
So who is who? Who's it gonna be from ATS?
Whew. ATS, Antonio T. Smith Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not just him, though.
Who?
Not just him. You got Tempest Smith. You got Deanna Mitchell. You got Brian Johnson.
Are you
Brian
gonna be
A.
on it?
Johnson.
Are you?
I think I am too.
Okay.
Aren't you?
So, yes, I am.
Yes.
I am.
And then we got Shannon Clark. Yes.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon
Okay.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these people
Did you
are
say
too.
Deanna?
I said Deanna.
Okay, you
When we
said
say
Deanna.
Deanna.
Yes. Rainbows. We're
Rainbows.
gonna shoot
Caramel.
rainbows through
Yes.
your screen,
Yes.
everybody.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I'm excited.
Yes.
24 hours a day, 7 days.
24. That's it.
Hello there. Hope everybody's winning today. In this episode, we're going to talk about something that will help you win more. We're going to talk about motivation. Everything in this world, everything in the universe is energy. It's all energy. It's all connected. And what motivation does, if it's used properly, it provides energy to your desires, to your needs, to your wants, whatever it is that you're out there going after. Motivation can energize you to where you'll get there faster. So what is it exactly? what motivates us, or who motivates us? It's not who you would think that it is. I am a coach, life coach, transformational coach, strategic coach. You have somewhere you're trying to go and it's not on a football field, basketball court, a golf course. It's in life. I can coach you in life. Can't coach you on any kind of turf or floor or any kind of sport. But when it comes to life, I can coach. What I cannot be for you is motivation. I can't be that for you. But what you do have to do is find what is. Some people call it your why. Why is it that why are you, when I'm looking straight ahead now and I see my vision board. And so I see my whys. Ding, 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 ding. I see a beautiful home. I see workout shoes. I see a microphone with a bunch of dollar signs by it. I see a big word that says open. I see, looking straight ahead, I see my whys. When I look at that, I am motivated. I'm motivated. So you have to have whys. And it can't be because I want to make my coach happy. Because the thing about it is, you had these dreams before you met any kind of coach, and you'll have them long after we're no longer coaching you. And so I'm not your motivator. I'm not your motivation. I'm not here to motivate you. What I am here to do is help you manage your motivation. If you show me your behavior, I can tell you something about your motivators. I can tell you something about your why. I can help you when it occurs to you, when you hit the wall, when you realize that all your life you say your kids are your why, but your behaviors don't say that your kids are your why. That hurts. That hurts. And so I coach you and I help you to manage your motivation. And we help you to have the behaviors that match what you say. If you tell me that your children motivate you, then you're going to come out of poverty and start doing some things to get toward prosperity. You're going to stop failing your children. And the only way you do that is by helping yourself. And the first way you're going to do that is by making sure you have the proper motivation and that you have the behavior that matches that. We give lip service to a lot of things. We give if I were to poll a room right now and say, what's your motivation? Oh, my kids. Oh, my husband. Oh, my business. Oh, my team. And then if I watch your behavior for 7 days after that, we would have to come back to have a come to Jesus meeting because your behaviors would not match what you told me motivated you. And it just wouldn't. And that's the hardest thing. That's where the funk meets the fan in coaching. When you realize every day that you tell people your why, but your behavior doesn't match it. Your behavior doesn't match it. And so what you have to realize in managing your motivation is that character counts. Your character counts. And it tells me a lot more about what motivates you than your mouth does. Character shows behavior, not vocabulary. Character counts. And it's not a bad thing, but it's a truth thing. And we have to be able to get in it and handle that truth. And you can do that through managed motivation. You can do that by telling me, what is it? What are your whys? And then we together work to develop the behaviors that go along with producing for that why. Your number one why has to be you. Your number one why cannot be your kids. Because if you don't work on you, if you don't fix you, if you don't make sure that they see you being successful, then you're not doing anything for them. The number one person that I perform for, the number one person that I produce for, the number one person that I worked on character development for was me. And everybody that I love and everyone that I cared for watched that. And that's how they energized me. That's how they fueled me. That's how they motivated me to continue, because I saw them either emulating my character or talking to me about it so that they could help themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't get what you're going after with poor character unless you're going after poverty. You have to develop your character. It's part of your integrity. Some would even say it is integrity. And through managed motivation, you can do that. You can work on your character. There are target areas. You never, ever, nobody graduates from character development. There'll always be some little target area where you will realize that you have work to do. Today, I still work on personal character development. It's why I'm recording a video for you right now. Personal character development. There are target areas. And you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent. When you're thinking about your whys and you're thinking about going after things and you're thinking about doing things, you have to be consistent with whatever your motivation is. But it has to start with you. You have to be your motivation. And not the you who misses deadlines, and not the you who's always late, and not the you who procrastinates, not the you who has poor health habits. The you that you want to be. The you that's going to be successful. The future you. You paint that person out. You list what it is you want that person to have. You put it somewhere where you can see it. And you allow that to motivate you. That's managed motivation. That's not just waking up and saying, oh, what do I want to motivate me today? Let me see. Is it going to be TD Jakes or Nicki Minaj? That's not managed motivation. Managed motivation is listing out who you want to be. What you look like, what you have on, who you are internally. What kind of character do you have? How do people feel when you're in and out of the room? List that out, write that down, sketch her, sketch him, and look at it every day. And then always work on those target areas to improve your character. Every day, every time you can think about it. If somebody asks me, somebody I trusted, asks me right now, Shannon, what are you working on? What's going on with your character development? I could tell them, okay, this is what I'm experiencing right now. This is what I'm working on. This is where I'm training. This is what I'm improving. This is what I'm improving. You never ever graduate from character development, and you have to have managed motivation in order to develop it in the quickest, fastest, most harmonious way. Always remember, anything you don't practice, you will never do well. So you have to practice character development. You have to practice improving your character. Otherwise, you're going to work for all of this stuff. You can even achieve some of it, but either you won't keep it or you will die trying to protect it. If you develop your character, your dreams will protect themselves. Managed motivation will help you develop your character in the quickest, fastest, most harmonious way. And I and my team are here to help you. You can plant better. I'm so sorry for shaking the camera. I got into it, started hitting my leg, and I have my camera sitting in front of me, so I'm sorry for shaking that. You can plant better. You can dominate. It has been a pleasure serving you through this video. Reach out. We'd love to hear from you. Have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Bye-bye.
And we are back. Once again, I welcome you. I don't need to introduce myself again because you guys know already who I am. Listen, let's get right into it. I have 10 points for you about how to control pride. Let's say that again. How to control pride. Point one, let's jump right into it. We're not going to even take up too much of your time in this one because we want to dig right into it. We want to dig deep, and we want you to get these points and get these keys. Number one, overcome yourself. Perhaps one of the hardest things to recognize in ourselves is our pride. Pride can lead us to be only concerned with ourselves, seek recognition to exalt ourselves, and speak constantly without listening. My mentor tends to tell me often, you don't like to play ball unless you got the ball. You might as well have seen many arrogant people around you. They are always preoccupied with their ego, and probably you're struggling with the same traits. Many people don't realize what awaits them. If they just let go of these attitudes and move forward, instead of looking at yourselves as wise in your own eyes, let yourself be humble and willing to learn from other people. Play ball when the ball is in the hands of your teammates. Number two, identify the cause of your pride. Pride is an attitude displayed by various characteristics like independence, arrogance, high-mindedness. A prideful person is an arrogant person who feels superior over the other person. There are questions you may ask yourself in order to identify the cause of your pride, like how often do I admit I was wrong? Why do I want others to see or hear me? Or why do I have to talk about myself and my opinions so much to other people? Number 3, analyze and compare your pride to reality. You could just rationalize and justify your prideful thoughts. Sometimes you just have to shut up, swallow your pride, and accept that you are wrong, because it's a part of growing up. Try to compare your prideful thoughts to reality and then balance things. Number 4, seek feedback. Seek feedback from people you trust to make sure that you are doing right for other people. Accept criticisms and learn from it. It is a common mistake doing everything on your own. You also need to seek feedback and use it to improve yourself. Ask them, how's your attitude towards them? How do they feel about you? And what are the things they don't like about you? Thus, at this point, you'll know what and how to work on your negative sides. Number 5, share credit and build others up. Recognize the contribution of other people, because once you build others up and share credit, it will cause others to want to work with you again. Lower your pride and seek help from others to get things done. Number 6, be inviting to others. One of the unattractive personalities of a person is being cocky. The best way to deal with it is not to frame yourself in terms of pride and humility. Let go of your cockiness. Learn to respect the opinion of other people and how to accept criticisms. People will assume you're cocky if you're rude to people. Just because you're smarter than the person does not mean you always have to wear your cockiness on your shoulder and demean them with your smartness or degrees. Just talk politely. Be courteous to people, especially the people around you, because there's no reason for you to be rude and cocky. Number 7, I love to say this, forget the Beyonce mentality. Forget the I, me, myself. If you really want to overcome pride, be modest in your behavior. You will only look dumb if you praise yourself and boast about your achievements in life. Set aside the attitude of focusing to yourself. Don't be egocentric. Instead, learn how to think of other people's feelings towards you. Learn to dump and let go of that attitude. Number 8, be optimistic. Your prideful thoughts will lead you to prideful behavior. But if you turn all those negative thoughts into a positive one, it will eventually lead you to a positive approach that will also help you overcome arrogance and overflowing pride. Optimistic people tend to anticipate the best possible outcome in any situation. Number 9, and my mentor loved to tell us this one, be an active listener. Instead of just thinking about yourself, try to listen to people as well. Listening is one of the most important skills you can ever have. You have to listen in order to understand and learn. Your ears were made for a purpose, so use them. Moreover, listening is a skill we can all benefit from improving. And while listening, make sure you're actively listening and you're present in the conversation. Number 10, look at the examples of humble people. We tend to look for other qualities in friends. However, It is better if you surround yourselves with humble people. Find people who will influence you with a good attitude rather than the opposite of it. Staying humble means nothing will touch you, neither praise or disgrace you, because you know what you are. Number 11, flee temptation. Many people are intimidated by the fact that they are tempted in any situation. There are two things you need to avoid: the people who tempt you and those tempting situations. What you need to do in order to avoid temptations is get out from it. Don't just walk away. Run. But don't fight it. Flee from it and go after the good stuff in your life instead. Dealing with prideful people is indeed tough because they do not budge easily. However, there are still ways to overcome that kind of attitude. No matter how educated, rich, or talented you are, how you treat other people is everything that matters. If you think your pride is bigger than your heart and ego is bigger than your head, better think now how to manage it, or you will be alone for the rest of your life. Remember that it is your pride and arrogance that will turn a person bad. However, you just have to deal with it and believe in yourself that you can overcome it all. See you guys in the next episode.
Did you hear about ATS week?
I did.
It's gonna be on
Is
the
it
tape.
for real?
It's gonna be on the tape.
24/7?
24/7.
No way.
Yes.
No.
You know, like Shark Week is a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Shark
I
Week is a
get
big
it now.
deal.
It took me blonde hair.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
So who is who? Who's it gonna be from ATS?
Woo. Well, okay, ATS, Antonio T. Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not just him, though.
Who?
Not just him. You got Tempest Smith. You got Deanna Mitchell. You got Bryant Johnson.
Are you gonna be on it? Are you?
I think I am too.
Okay.
Aren't you?
So yes, I am.
Yes.
I am.
And then we got Shannon Clark. Yes.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon
Okay.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these people.
Did you
are
say
too.
Deanna?
I said Deanna.
Okay,
We're
you said
saying
Deanna.
Deanna.
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
She's gonna shoot
Caramel.
rainbows
Yes.
through
Yes.
your screen,
Yes.
everybody.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
Yes.
24 hours a day, 7 days.
24. That's it.
You know
July
what?
16th
I bet
to the
you
23rd.
we were.
Okay, hey everyone. In this training video, I am going to talk to you really quick about something that's very, very important. Whether you're a millionaire, a billionaire, a zillionaire, if that really exists, you have to know how to build and establish proper relationships. If people don't have a strong, trusted relationship with you, they're not going to trust you with their dreams. They're not going to trust you with their money. They're not going to trust your product. Now, granted, I'll go into Target tomorrow and spend whatever I need to spend in Target. I have no idea who the CEO is. I have no idea who owns it, what kind of person they are, but that's Target. 9 times out of 10, you're like me and you're starting a small business. Your business is small. People have to see your face. They have to hear your voice and they see your character. If you don't know how to build a proper relationship with them, if you're not authentic in your relationship building, then are they going to be responsive to you? Are they going to be responsive to your product? And will you get to know who you're selling to, who you're servicing? I don't think so. So I was doing a little research and I came across the 4 things that we run into that causes us to have relationship problems, whether it be in an intimate relationship, a family relationship, or even a business relationship. The first one is that we have unrealistic expectations. What we realize and what Antonio has even taught is that you can't get into a relationship with anybody and expect them to be anybody than what you required them to be when you got into the relationship with them. So to get in a relationship with someone and then get angry because they are not something that they never have been, that's an unrealistic expectation. And you can't do that when building relationships. You can't do that when building relationships in business, and you can't do it when you're building personal relationships. You have to have realistic expectations, and the only realistic expectation is that person needs to be accepted for the person they were when you met them and accepted the relationship that came with them. Number 2, we sometimes get caught up in searching outside of us for what's inside of us. I want to be in a relationship because I want happiness. I want to be in this relationship because I need financial security. I want to be in this relationship because I need my ego to be rubbed. All of that, you need to settle on the inside of you and not search for it on the outside of you. Happiness, we hear it all the time, is an inside job. You need to be financially secure on your own. Nobody outside of you should be responsible for those types of things, especially if you're an adult. So don't search on the outside of you for what's in you. Go within. The next one, number 3, we like to participate in a conflict relay instead of a conflict resolution. The minute a relationship gets a little static, the minute things get a little shaky, we want to take off running. Every relationship you get in is not meant to be ran away from. Now, granted, some of them are, but we run more than we resolve. And so you need to resolve to resolve. Sit down and communicate and work through conflict. Don't always run from it. Some of the best relationships start off in the most conflict, the head-butting, the resistance, all of that. Some of the greatest relationships start off like that, and they include that as you matriculate, as you get closer, as the relationship gets stronger. Conflict is going to happen. You don't always have to run from it. Sometimes it's okay to resolve it. And then last, we get stuck in wanting to be right. This is something that struck me really hard because Antonio, with grooming me and mentoring me, I have to always be right. And he told me, do you want to be right or do you want to be rich? So I'm going to tell you, in your relationships, do you want them to be right or do you want them to be rich? I would much more prefer a relationship that is rich than a relationship that is right. And so you have to let go of the need to always want to be right about everything and focus on building a rich relationship. So those are the 4 things. Now, I understand that that's all kind of difficult. You know, we struggle with those types of things, but you struggle with it because you won't do the work to create it. If you do the work to create the types of relationships that you want, then they will be authentic. And when it's authentic, that means it can be trusted. If something is not authentic, meaning you didn't really create it or it's not really what you wanted, then it's going to fail, it's going to crumble, it's not going to work out because you don't trust it. We trust what we create, what we work to create. The relationship that I have with my child, I trust because I've fostered it, I've nurtured it, I've created it to be what I want our mother-son relationship to be. The relationship I have with my bosses, it's a relationship that I created. Now, I don't tell them what to do. That's what you have to realize. I know that I created it because I have a good relationship with myself. And if I have a good relationship with myself, then it's easy for me to create good relationships with those around me, regardless of how they are. Because if they don't fit with my relationship and what I want in a relationship, then I simply allow them to be who they are and I don't build a relationship with them. I keep it principal counselor. I keep it church member. You don't have to be my ace boon coon in these circles. But if you're going to build a rich relationship with me, then there are some character traits that you have to have. There are some practices that you have to have. That's because I created it. And you can do the same thing. If you want to be successful, if you want to not have to protect everything that you build, then work on being able to build authentic, rich relationships that serve you and the person or the entity that you're in a relationship with. Thank you for your time. I hope this has been helpful. Y'all take care.
I want to talk to you now about cold calling. This is your introduction into cold calling. This is your introduction into cold calling, and there is nothing more important than cold calling. I understand that you've went to the internet and they have told you you don't need to call no more. The phone call is a dinosaur. Do this click funnel. And if you do this click funnel, you won't need to do anything else no more. And just create you a landing page and a lead capture. I get all that, and all of that is true, and we will cover that in this university. However, one fact will always remain true as the sky is blue, as the sun is a big ball of fire, and as true as taxes will plague you for the rest of your life. Conversations create clients. You cannot have a proper conversation over a keyboard. I get it. I know you dated her all through text message. I understand that you dated him on text message, but you were not selling him a $15,000 product. The people who are great at this have sales teams like mine, which you will hear from in this episode. The people who are great at this, they understand, first and foremost, fundamentally, and most importantly, that conversations create clients. You got to get on the phone. Whether it be cold or warm, you get on the phone. At this point, we're so good, I can just randomly go to a phone book. I know, they still exist though. They do. They really do. They really do exist. I can randomly go to a phone book, pick a number, pick a name of any culture, and keep that person on the phone for 20 to 30 minutes and sell them something. See, when we go through a cold selling process, your options are yes, 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 and my lowest yes possible. Even if you have to hang up, you don't hang up on me. Oh, great, I'm so glad you have to hang up. Listen, when is a good time for me to call you back? That's a yes for me. I'm simply scheduling an appointment. Cold calling is hard to do. So I'm going to give you 5 things. If you're struggling with cold calling, if you're struggling, if you don't know what to do, I want to tell you right now, read a book on cold calling. There's plenty of them. Plenty of them out there. You can Google prospecting. You can go on an Audible app if it's an Audible book or audio book, but the name of that app is Audible. However you want to do it, cold sales, closing sales, prospecting. Number 2, find you someone that's great at cold calling. This will no longer be a problem for you. If you can find someone who is great at cold calling, then you would not need to have a learning curve that is so hard for you. Number 3, record all of your cold calls so you can hear how you sound and make improvements. You want to be able to hear how you sound so you can make immediate and drastic improvements on your sales delivery. Number 4, get a coach. Yes, someone like me. You need to get a coach that will help you in the cold market thing. And buy a cold calling program CD or sales calling CD. Zig Ziglar has them. Everyone has them. You want to be crushing it, as Gary Vee would say, on cold calls. We're going to talk about warm calls, but we also going to talk about cold calls for the first part of this class that you have now. So what I want to do is, I want to give you, number 5 was buy a CD on cold calling. Buy a CD, buy a book, or CD series. It doesn't have to be a book, but it could be a CD series. Now, what I want to do at this time is I want to bring up to you Bryant A. Johnson. He started off not well at cold calling, but now today he is a beast and a master closer. So let's listen to him as we can lend the floor to Bryant Johnson and see what he has to say about cold calling.
First, let me say thank you for this opportunity to come on your show.
I do appreciate
and
it.
help these people
You
become
good,
the success that
Thank
they
you.
need to be. Hey, listen, cold calling. The first thing you need to understand with cold calling is that you never meet a stranger. Nobody is nobody that you don't know. Anybody that you call, whether you know their name or not, you know them before you even call them. Reason being is because the way the universe works, you're already going to get somebody you know, and they're already going to have something in common with you when you pick up the phone and call them. The next thing about cold calling is remember to be yourself. Be funny. If you have charisma, utilize it. Don't be timid. Don't be shy. Always remember, these people know you. They love you, and they really want to buy from you. But the third thing is to remember this. Are you worthy of them purchasing your product? Always remember that, because when you're cold calling, you're not only selling the product, you're first selling your voice. So ensure that your voice is worthy of them buying the product, because you never meet a stranger. Everybody, you already know them, and they already know you. They're expecting for you to call. They're expecting to be sold. But make your voice worthy of them buying it. That's my time.
That's really good. That's really good. Hold on, before you go, because you brought up a good point. I want you to give me the first 5 seconds of on the phone call with you. Give us that energy that you do. That they
First 5 seconds phone call with me. Hello, my name is Brian Johnson. I am with the Les Brown Institute. How are you doing today? Listen, off top, my energy just killed you. I don't care what mood you're in. I don't care how you're feeling. Because I called you with super 1,000 energy, I just literally blew your mind. If you were sad, I just shocked the H out of you. And that just got your attention. The first 5 seconds of any phone call is an attention grabber. And if you call them, hello, my name is Brian Johnson, and I'm calling on behalf of the ATS JR companies, they're going to be like, well, Brian Johnson, I don't want to talk to you. You don't sound excited about the product you're selling. But when I call them, I say, hello, my name is Brian Johnson, and I'm calling on behalf of the ATS JR companies. How are you doing today by any chance? Are you Mary Beckwith? You understand what I'm saying? The energy in the first 5 seconds of every call will determine the duration of that phone call.
That's it. Thank you,
sir.
Brian. Thank you very much.
That.
Yes, sir. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's Brian Johnson right there. Yes. He's absolutely correct. He brought up a lot of great things. Did you understand that over and over he told you that there are no strangers?
Yeah.
He believes that. So he does not meet a stranger when he's on a phone call. I know you perceive them as strangers, but not Brian, and that's why his conversion rate is at a 35 to 40% conversion rate. That is outstanding. Next, I want to bring up to you Michelle, our secret weapon. Yes. Michelle started off afraid of cold calling, but now she is a master salesperson.
Cold calling just made my brain freeze. I froze. It made my whole brain freeze. It made my mind freeze. I would just think rejection, low self-confidence, low self-esteem. And really, it's not that. It's easy. It's simple. It is simple as actually having a conversation with somebody. You're there to make them feel important because they are important. They are your customer. They're your customer before they even know it. And you treat them as your customer. You have one chance only to make an impression. So they're not rejecting you. They're rejecting a product that they don't know nothing about. And it's your job to befriend them because they are your friend. They are your friend. A lot of people I call, I still keep in contact with. They may not have bought my product that day, but they will buy it. I guarantee that. I guarantee it. They will buy it. It's simple.
That's it. Good job there. Yes. Thank you very much, Michelle. She brought up a great point. She brought up a few great points, but I'll end on the last one. A no today only means it's an acronym. No is an acronym for next opportunity. That's it. In the ATS JR companies, no only means next opportunity. Yes, we will stay your friend. And when you buy, we will continue to be your friend, even if it takes you 8 years to buy from us. Next, I want to bring up to you a celebrity publicist. She has 2 celebrity clients right now. Her name is Deanna Mitchell. She's the CEO of the DeMarie Group. She's also my lead publicist. Yes. She's my lead publicist. And she is a master closer. Deanna, tell us how you started and some nuggets that we can have.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So I was not a cold caller, period. Put me on a sales call, I freeze up instantly. Using your system and using what you set up definitely helped me. The one thing you said was the best way to get over butterflies is to make the first call. And that's what I did. And you also said be yourself. And like Michelle said, they're not saying no to you, they're saying no to their dreams. That helped me as well because I was a big person on rejection. I didn't want to make sales calls because I didn't want to be rejected. So going through the process that he taught us, as well as the wonderful script that he he wrote, definitely helped me because it helped you get more in line with who you were talking to. It forced you to become friends with them. And like I said, like Michelle said, there's still some that I talk to today, and because of that, you build a rapport. Conversations create clients. Sometimes they don't buy from you off top if they don't feel comfortable with you, but if you talk to them and you make them the most important person that you talk to that day, they will get that from you. And you definitely have to do it with high energy, and that's another thing that I learned from you. Answer when you first go on, have a smile on your face. Hey, how are you doing today? Yeah, that really gets them too, because I've had people be like, oh, well, hi. You know, I've had people also tell me, you know, to be honest with you, before I even spoke to you, I was in low spirits, but after speaking with you, I feel better. It's because you talk to them within high energy. You don't match where they are. You always be above where they are when you're speaking with them. And I learned that from you and your system. So thank you, because now I know not only can I be the best at what I do as a publicist because of your mentorship and your teachings, but now as a salesperson, there's nothing I can't do.
All right, well, that's it right there. Welcome, Deanna Mitchell. Thank you very much. Yes, this is awesome. This is awesome. What I want to do is just show you simply that cold calling is not as a dinosaur as you believe. It is actually the most masterful way to make money. Cold calling is what you need to do to make money. Warm calling is what you can also do that keep money and then make your life a lot easier. Yes. These were 3 of my sales team. They're not all, but just 3. All of them have conversion rates over 20 to 30% and even more. That is a dynamic thing that you can do, and it's what you can have. You can plant better. You can dominate.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to or welcome back to Plant Better University. My name is Tempest, and as always, I am grateful for you. Grateful that you have chosen to invest in yourself and be here learning about personal development, business, all sorts of things. So thank you again for choosing us to learn and grow from. Today, I want to talk to you about 3 things I wish I knew starting out as an entrepreneur. If someone tells you that entrepreneurship is easy or fun, they are lying. It's fun, but it's not easy, and that's the first thing I want to talk about. There is nothing easy about this life. This entrepreneur life is real. It will reveal your weaknesses very quickly. If you have character issues, your character issues will pop up over and over and over and over and over again until you address them and you begin to fix them. So speaking of character, I recommend a book called Integrity by Dr. Henry Cloud. It's painful, it's slapping your face, it's real life, but it's life changing if you read it and if you accept it. Antonio and I and our team actually host a 40-week leadership course, and one of the criteria is to read Integrity by Dr. Henry Cloud. And that's the point of the class where people get very angry, very upset, because no one wants to be the wrong person, right? We always think that we have it all together and it's always someone else that needs help. But the book is very in your face, very blunt, very truthful in regards to how you need improvements on your character. So entrepreneurship, not easy. You're messing with budgets, you're hiring people, we'll talk about that in a little bit. You're making decisions, you're making budget cuts, which is never easy. You're deciding if this software works better or this software works better. You're deciding what products to put out and when to put out the products and how to market and who to market to, and if it's not working the way you want it, how to tweak it and when to tweak it and how to get it out in front of your customers, and then learning about your customers and then learning about the people who actually buy, because they may not be your ideal customers, and where they live and what they like to do and where they hang out online and where, just so much stuff. There's so much that goes into entrepreneurship, taxes and starting out and filing and payroll and this and that is so much. It is not easy. And if you walk into it thinking that this is a game of life, like it's not it. It's not Monopoly. It's real life. It's real dollars and cents. It's real people. It's real products or services. And sometimes that can be overwhelming. So please don't walk into this thinking that, sorry, something's wrong with my eye. Please don't walk into this thinking that this is a piece of cake. It's not a piece of cake. It's hard, and it'll get to the good, delicious cake, but you really have to put some work into it. The second thing is always trust your gut feeling. What do I mean by this? Everyone has instincts. Not all of us follow our instincts. And sometimes I've learned that not listening to my gut feeling, not following my instincts, not going with my first mind, or not going with that initial hunch that I get, I end up regretting it down the road. I end up regretting not telling someone, hey, don't do this, but do that. Or I end up regretting not switching out a product when I knew it was time to pull it, or knew it was time to make adjustments. I wish that I had said yes to some things and said no to some other things. I wish that we would have gotten rid of people sooner or hire people faster. So many things, but if you are in tune with who you are, if you are in tune with, you center yourself, you meditate, there's always something in you that says, yes, do this, no, don't do that. And sometimes you don't get it, sometimes you don't understand why, because maybe B seems like the more logical thing to do, or the more logical answer, but A is what you really should go for. And I've discovered, or Antonio and I have discovered, that oftentimes when you go with your gut can take you places that your logic can't. Your logic isn't always right, but your gut is usually right. So definitely, always, or most of the time, learn to hear what your gut feeling feels like, sounds like, and then learn to trust it and follow it, because there's a reason why you get those feelings. There's a reason why you have those thoughts, and Just trust yourself. And then last but not least, I wish I knew starting out that everybody can work with you or for you. And that's a tough pill to swallow because we always, want our family to join us. We want our spouses to be this power couple example. And everyone can't. Everyone can't go with you. And everyone is not going to be willing to go with you. And you shouldn't be willing to put your baby, your business, in the hands of someone who is iffy. And I say that with love. I say that with great respect. But everybody can't go with you. Good people don't make good business partners. Good people don't make good co-workers, and good people don't always make good employees. Just because they're good doesn't mean that they're good for you, for your business, or for the culture that you want to have around your business. I remember years ago, Antonio and I hired someone who was a great person and had all the skills and all the talents, but she didn't fit within our culture, and it caused a rift, and we had to learn to let her go. Great person, on paper great for the job, but when she got there, it didn't work out. And learned the hard way, everybody can't fit here. And it was difficult letting them go because they were a great person, like I said, but it just didn't work out. And sometimes you're going to come across that. You're going to come across the perfect person for the job, but if they don't fit your culture or they don't always follow you, that's a problem. If your spouse doubts you, sorry to do this, if your spouse or your significant other doubts you at home or doubts your decision making skills at home, chances are they're going to do it a lot more with your business. And you don't have to necessarily work with your spouse, but understand that. So to recap, first thing is, nothing's easy about this life. Nothing is easy about this life. And I could really do a whole entire course about that, and maybe I will. But this entrepreneurship life is not easy. But if you hang in there, it is worth it. Second thing, always trust your gut feeling. Your gut is leading you down a path that is for you. Your instincts, your gut, your first mind, your guide, your source, whatever, is not against you. It's trying to protect you from some things that you may not understand at this time. But learn what that voice sounds like, and then learn to trust it. And then last but not least, know that everybody can't or shouldn't work with you or for you. Good people don't necessarily mean good for you, good for your business, good for your culture, good for your future. Leave them in a friendship position or an associate position, but be mindful and be careful of who you allow in your business and whose energy you allow on your business. So I hope you learned something. If you would like to receive coaching or mentoring, I'm more than open to help you. Please email me at tempest@theatsjr.com. Again, thank you for joining us with Plant Better University, and see you next time.
ATS. All right, that's it.
Hello, welcome, and don't you look good today? About compliments. Compliments are, according to Webster's Dictionary, are a polite expression of praise and admiration. Whew, that's an understatement. The power of a compliment, the most understated acts of kindness one can do, and they're free. One simple compliment can change someone's rough day into a bright day. One simple compliment can give someone that boost of confidence that they need if they're struggling with something. One simple compliment can put a smile on somebody's face from the inside out. Compliments just don't have to be about appearance and about a looks, or how you look or what you're wearing. Need some suggestions on what to compliment somebody on besides their appearance? I got a few. Compliment someone on their positivity. You can say, "You have the best laugh." You can say, "You are the sunshine on a rainy day." You can compliment somebody's positivity by saying, "I love that you're always in a great mood." You can also compliment somebody on their personal traits. "I like your style." "You are a good listener." "You are brave." "You are inspiring." You can also compliment somebody on their intelligence and creativity. "You have the best ideas." "You're always learning new things to better yourself." You can always compliment somebody on personal relationships. You can tell them, "You're a great friend" to those around you. "You are fun to hang with," and any team would be lucky to have you. You can also compliment the whole person. You can say, "I appreciate you. You're one of a kind. Everything would be better if more people were like you. You are enough." And just don't compliment others. Give them to yourself. Tell yourself, "I am 1 in 7 billion. I am lovable. The world is lucky I exist. My opinion is worthy." And definitely tell yourself that I am enough, because you are.
Did you hear about ATS week?
I did.
It's gonna be on
Is
stage.
it for real?
It's gonna be on
like
stage.
24/7?
24/7.
No way.
Yes.
No.
You know, like Shark Week is a big deal.
Oh, okay. I
Shark
get
Week
it
is a
now.
big
It took me blonde hair.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
So who is who? Who's it gonna be from ATS?
Woo. ATS, Antonio T. Smith Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not just him, though.
Who?
Not just him. You got Tempest Smith. You got Deanna Mitchell. You got Brian Johnson.
Are you gonna be on it? Are you?
I think I am too.
Okay.
Aren't you?
So yes, I am.
Yes.
I am.
And then we got Shannon Clark. Yes.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon
Okay.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these people
Did you
are
say
too.
Deanna?
I said Deanna.
Okay,
When
you
we
said
say
Deanna.
Deanna.
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
She's gonna shoot
Cameraman.
rainbows through
Yes.
your screen,
Yes.
everybody.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
Yes.
24 hours a day, 7 days.
24. That's it.
You know
July
what?
16th
I bet
to the
you.
23rd.
We were.
Welcome, everyone. I have the distinct privilege and pleasure of sitting with the owner of the ATS Junior Companies. This is one of the CEOs. He has so many accolades. It's just so many. But he's kind of a big deal. This gentleman is Mr. Antonio T. Smith Jr.
How's it going there, Grace Y Sandals?
It is awesome.
YW Sandals.
Thank you. You remember that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Listen, we are talking about overcoming anger.
Oh, no.
We're talking about overcoming anger. And I heard you say something one day that just floored me, and I said, I gotta get him on, and I gotta speak to him. I was about to say something. We will start off with our first question from Mr. Smith. When did you realize or recognize that you had maybe a problem with anger or an issue with anger?
In two phases. I recognized that I had a problem with anger when everyone was telling me the same things, but then I denied it. I immediately said, all of y'all are stupid. All of you are wrong. You are consistently, accurately, inaccurately wrong about me. I don't have anger. You know how I am. If you just respect that, then I wouldn't be how I am. That's the truth. That is really the truth. That is how it started for me. And I realized it then. I realized it years before I changed. I realized I had an attitude problem. And then I would brag about my attitude problem. I would say things when I got really mad. Whoo, I just went blank. And I would use that as an excuse. I don't know what I did. I went blank. I just get to this point and I just went blank and now you're crying. But it doesn't matter because I went blank. It's not my fault. It can't be my fault. I went blank. I was not in control of myself. I was blank. I was the only human being on planet Earth that did not control his or her actions because I went blank.
Good. And I can attest to some of what you were saying, except for I went blank part. I didn't.
Okay, all right. Okay then, but I just saw red.
Okay.
All right.
The part when you said, "Y'all know how I am. This is me." I can attest to that.
Definitely. And so that was how it happened the first time. Well, these little phases. And then, I went to jail. And at first I thought jail was cool. I was a rapper. I was going platinum. I'm gonna come out and drop an album. I'm going platinum,
Yeah.
And then I realized that it cost me more money to be free than it did for me to just be calm. And so I decided that I would never let no one outsmart me again to my anger. Yeah. Losing my freedom is the answer to your question.
Okay, because my next question was, when did you realize that something had to change?
Sitting in the steel box, eating unseasoned chicken, unsweet tea, trading meals, doing chow time, taking not co-ed, that would be great showers, taking male showers, I don't know the word here, taking male showers with shower shoes, getting what you call the staph infections because you're not walking around with your shower shoes. All of that is when I realized, yes. I have a message there, if you don't mind.
Please, don't.
Don't go to jail to realize you have anger problems. That's a simple message.
A very good one. It is simple, but it is a very good one.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
You once said in a leadership class, and it's just been sticking with me, in order to be free, I had to stop being mad.
Oh, yeah. That you want
You could expound on that.
when you're mad, and I say this with respect to all of you out there, when you're mad, someone has power over you. And I couldn't be free with all these people knowing exactly what to do to take my power away. I mean, it was so awful. And then I would date people who knew how to push my buttons and would push them whenever they felt like being superior. And I could never be free until I start letting my anger go. And here's the crazy part. It's not that I let my anger go. That's one of those we say, and it is true. It's not that I stopped being mad at those people. I released what was wrong with me, and those people could no longer affect me. I had to go in me and let go of that problem. For example, you cuss me out. Now I'm mad. I'm gonna cuss you out because you're not gonna disrespect me like that. It's the principle. What does that mean? It's the principle. When I figured out that when you cursed me out, that I hated, that you were challenging me. Now I was able to ask myself, well, why don't I like being challenged? And then when I was able to honestly answer myself and say, it's because you don't feel like you're worthy of a challenge. I was able to let that go and then make some moves to make myself be worthy of any challenge. I would literally be mad at people who challenged me because I was secretly mad at myself for not being man enough to accept challenges.
Wow.
These your questions.
I know. You are handling this interview well, sir. What were the results of you just making the decision that I'm going to change and release this anger?
Winning. That's true to my personality. Winning. The side effects of that result were change circle. The side effects of that result were change circles, changed income, changed happiness, leaving environments that no longer serve me, not being afraid to be single, not hitting walls because I was angry.
Okay.
You're gonna love this one. Keeping my personal property and not having to replace it every 3 months because I got mad and threw it up against the wall to show you how angry I was.
Okay.
Angry people break all their stuff. We never break other people's stuff. We break ours. Okay. He's like, yeah, we break other people's stuff too. But then we got to replace it.
Right.
I saved so much money by being happy because I didn't have to replace stuff. Yeah.
The last one, yes. It's saving money, yes. Because you're breaking up your things.
Man, once I had some Gucci glasses one time.
Wait.
And it was $475. And I got mad and I went,
No.
and I said a word that went with it, but
Yeah.
you don't want to hit on this interview.
Right.
And it smashed against the wall and the frame broke. But the frame didn't break where it could be fixed.
Oh.
It broke into plastic.
Oh.
You can't walk around with no super glued.
No.
You know, so you can't walk around with super glued Gucci glasses.
No, you cannot, sir.
And I was like, man, why am I so stupid? And I was like, oh, because you're so angry. Yeah. That's my truth.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Couple more questions.
Sure.
What do you think your life would have been like had you made another decision?
As in the opposite of not being angry?
As in the opposite.
I would still be controlled by people. Please, and all that you hear, all that you do, please know that to be angry all the time is to be the slave of other people. There's no, you think being angry makes you powerful. It actually makes you extremely weak because you're at the power or at the mercy of those who made you angry. And that's what I would be. I would be someone's slave. I would be working in someone else's dream instead of owning my own. I would be in a relationship that most certainly did not serve me. I'd still be there. I would have wasted my 20s and my 30s. I can assure you that. Because the people I was angry with, this is the truth. The people I was angry with during that decade, they're still in the same place.
Wow.
And I need you to think about where you were when you were 23. I know you were having fun, but think about your income, your credit, how immature you were, how carefree you were. Think about that. They're still there. And they're almost 40. One of the people that I was dating at the time has wasted. She almost said too much. Has wasted. You'd have been able to identify who the person was if you know me. They wasted a good 2 years on me then left me and got with someone just like me and wasted 10 years on them, and then with somebody else and has wasted 5 years on them.
Wow.
A decade and a half of being in one relationship 3 different times.
Wow. Wow.
Not 3 different relationships. The same relationship with 3 different people. That's why I would be.
Right. You segued into my last question.
Sweet.
What would you tell someone or people out there who are battling anger issues and they really want to overcome them, but they were in a state like you were, like I was?
Well, there's only one real answer. I am enough. It is what freed me. At every level of your insecurity, there is you thinking that you are not enough for that situation, and you're battling some war that happened when you were 8 or 9 or 10 or 12. You know, mom died early, dad left, dad died early. And you're saying, well, they didn't love me, so how can, you say things like, they didn't love me, so how can you love me? You do all these things, and it's not fair to you. I am enough. You look in the mirror, or you don't look in the mirror, but you just, all day long, you convince yourself that you are enough. You can't be angry and enough at the same time. To be angry says that something is not elevating to what I want it to be. But when you are enough, you're elevated to everything you want to be. So there's no reason to be angry. And that would be my message. You are enough. And when you own that, you won't have a problem.
We are done, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Did you tell them how pretty this face is?
I think they see.
It's set up so well.
It's set up so well.
I mean, look at the mathematical. Oh, it's so symmetrical. It really is. I mean, it really is. It is so symmetrical. It really
so symmetrical.
It is. This nice chocolate skin. It's just great.
So for those of you who don't know what symmetrical means, everything. This is the center. Everything on this side matches everything on this side. This
is a very symmetrical. I mean, come on. Even we got somebody off camera trying to hide themselves. It is because they think my face is symmetrical too.
Your energy,
I'm just not kidding.
No, I'm just not kidding.
Because it really is a symmetrical face. I'm a handsome brother. I am. I'm a handsome brother. I am. I appreciate all of you out there. Call me 555. No, I'm just joking. You can have your interview back. I'm done. I'm done being silly.
Thank you again, Mr. Antonio T. Smith Jr. He always has a saying that I love. Would you say it for the people?
You can plant better. You can dominate.
And we will see you at the top, not from the top.
All right. Hello, my good people. How y'all doing out there? And once again, we are back, and we are back going. And listen, I want to talk to you guys today about your morning rituals. Let me start by saying this. The way you finish your day, 9 times out of 10, is the way that you'll begin your next day. And sometimes our day ends on a negative note, and without the proper morning rituals, we will always begin our day the way we ended our day.
But with morning rituals and with your right morning routine, not only do you set yourself up to control the reality of each and every day of yours, but you also set yourself up to be operating in positive energy and allowing the universe to give you what's worthy and deserving of you. Some people utilize morning rituals as a time of meditation. That is very good. And I will recommend we all get to the point to where we wake up in the morning, we take a deep breath, we relax, and we meditate. And we meditate on the things that we're going to accomplish, and we meditate on what the successes that we're going to have throughout this day. Listened to a podcast some time ago, actually, and it was by a guy by the name of Eric Sue. And Eric Sue says that he starts his day at about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. And I understand we've all heard the phrase that the early bird gets the worm. Well, it's pretty true. So you get an early start on your day by waking up early. Then again, meditation is a very good thing to do. And it's a very important thing to do. Put your mind and focus on today's successes. Listen, I'm going to take a note from Eric Sue's podcast, and I'm going to say this because Eric recommends an app called Calm, C-A-L-M, and that helps him meditate. But in whatever we meditate, we'll begin to set a good tone for your day. After your meditation, you rewire your brain and declare your affirmations and daily vision statements, which will be the second point to this if I was to add points to it. But I'm just talking to you. But if I was to add points to it, the first point would be meditate. The second point would be say your affirmations and your daily vision statements. We all should have affirmation. I'm going to succeed. Today is going to be a happy day. I'm going to love me no matter what. Money is my birthright. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be prosperous. I'm going to be relentless. I'm going to be unstoppable. Those are called affirmations. And after you meditate and you get up out of that bed and you get ready to go take your shower, brush your teeth and things of that nature, you look yourself in the mirror, look yourself in the eye, and you give yourself some affirmations. It will be good. It will be great if you have some of these affirmations. Some people put it on Post-it notes and stick it on their mirrors. Some put it on Post-it notes and have it stuck all different places throughout their house. Some people have it on their vision board. Vision board as well is a good affirmation because when you wake up and you look at that board, you see what you want to have and you work towards what you want to have because you know you deserve everything that's on that vision board. And because you have a vision for it, the universe will bring it to you. You can never have where your mind has never went. And everywhere your mind has went, you will have it. The Bible says, wherever your foot shall tread, I shall give that to you. So you wake up, do your meditations, you set the tone with your affirmations, and that's your mental workout. And then after that, go work out. Health and wealth goes hand in hand. And nobody that's living in abundance is unhealthy. Go work out. It doesn't matter if you're just doing 10 push-ups a day in your living room. That's fine. Because you're going to slowly, gradually gain more strength. And you'll be able to do 10 and 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 and 60. Notice you'll be doing 100 and 200 and thousands of push-ups per day. But just start somewhere. Go work out. Run on a treadmill a little bit. Do a little jogging in place. Do some calisthenics. Do some jumping jacks. Stretch your bones. Because you don't want to have a strong mind and a weak body. You want it to be balanced together. You want it to work together. You want it to work in sync with one another. Mind, body, and soul. Your soul is your meditations. Your mind is your affirmations. And your body is your working out. And once we begin to set that as a morning ritual for us, each and every morning, your mind, your body, and your soul, I guarantee you that you will definitely be able to create your own reality every day. You will definitely be able to live a life that's worthy of you. And you will be unstoppable by any negative force that's trying to come your way. So set your morning ritual. Stick to the ritual. Do the ritual each and every day, but until it becomes, what's the word I'm looking for? Until it becomes natural to you. You have to start a habit in order for it to become natural. And when it becomes natural, I guarantee you, you will guaranteed to be living a life that's worthy of you each and every day. Because when you wake up, you'll create your reality. And when you go to sleep at night, you'll have some of the best rest you've ever experienced. So listen, start setting a morning ritual to sync your mind with your body with your soul. Go out there, conquer the world, dominate. Because you are unstoppable. And you can have anything you want to have. And you can be anything you want to be. But understand that it all begins within. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Tempest S. Smith. I am one of the CEOs of this amazing ATS JR companies. We are the top personal development training company in the world. We make profitable clients more profitable. If you or your business needs help, if you and your life needs help, this is the only place you need to be. ATS JR companies, check us out online, theatsjr.com or atsbu.org.
Because we are unstoppable. Listen, man, your life will always never be the same once you become part of the ATS JR companies. Listen, ATS Week, it's going to bless your life. It's going to transform. It's going to change your life. But here's what you got to do. You got to drop that old mindset. Let go of that old poverty stinker. Let go of that old person. Let go of that loser. Release him. Let go of the procrastinator. Kill all that. Become the new you by transforming into who you are trying to become. Join us, ATS Week, atsjr.com. We are excited. We are ready to have you guys. If you guys don't know by now, I am the double certified People's Pastor, Reverend Brian A. Johnson, and I am the spiritual transformational coach right here at the ATS JR companies. We will change your life. And we will change your bank account.
Let us add value to your life. Let us give you everything that you need to go to the next level in your life. ATS JR companies and the ATS Business University, that's what we're all about. We're all about growth. We're all about adding value to you, and we're all about helping you grow. Trust me, you don't want to miss ATS Week. This is the place to be. This is the place to grow. This is the place to learn.
My business partner, Antonio T. Smith Jr., is the best at everything that he does. You need help, you need to holler at my boy. Your business is broke, you need to holler at my boy. Your mindset is in poverty, you need to holler at my boy. Why? Not because he's arrogant, not because he's whatever y'all talk about, because he backs up what he teaches. He lives this lifestyle. He's not out here just talking to collect coins. He's living and walking it every single day. So you need help, your business needs help, your life needs help, come holler at my boy.
Man, many people say what they're trying to do. Many people say what they want to do. Many people say what they have a desire to do. But few people actually go do it. If you want to learn how to do it, listen to Antonio T. Smith Jr. Follow ATS Week. Follow the ATS Business University. Go join a Plant Better group. Get on a Plant Better cause, because your life will never be the same planting the old bad sucky seeds that you've been planting since you were born. So you have to plant better in order to get better. And if you want to be better, you have to begin right here at the ATS Business University. In the words of Tempest, you want to be better? Go holler at my boy.
Get rid of the old model of living that you used to have and follow the new model of living. Let me explain to you why. Because your old model was based on what people told you to do. The new model is based on what your desire is. Stop letting your dreams collect dust. Stop letting your life be lifeless. Come see the ATS Business University. Come join us at the ATS JR Companies. Come join us at the Plant Better University and create a better model for your life so you can start living instead of living a life of mediocrity. Come join us.
She said it best. Holla at my boy.
There is no company better than this company. Not because I'm one of the CEOs, not because I've been here since day one, but because we put in work every single day. Antonio is in this office 17, 18, 19, 20 hours a day. Not for him, but because he wants to help you change your life.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. He deserves it. Listen, man, listen. I want to tell y'all something real quick, a real quick story. And that was this kid that grew up. This kid grew up in a poverty area. He grew up in the hood. And he was raised up in the hood. And he had hood mentality. And all his life, they used to tell a kid, you wouldn't amount to nothing. You wouldn't be nobody. You'll never accomplish anything you want to be. You'll never get to the level of success in which you are dreaming about. So get rid of your dreams and just continue to live in that hood life. Continue to live that poverty lifestyle. Well, baby, guess what? I'm a millionaire now. You know why? ATS Business University. Listen, join us today. Walk out of your poverty, walk into your prosperity, and you can make all the haters pissed off.
That's it.
Because you are filthy freaking rich. ATS, baby.
Yes.
Get you one.
Hello, everyone. I don't know how many of you know a lot about me, but a little bit about me is that I have been a school counselor for a very long time. And so working in counseling, there are some tricks to the trade to help me deal with the calamity that comes with that profession. There are some high moments, there are some low moments, and when you're working on your personal character, working on your personal dreams, but you listen to the hurts of kids and you listen to the hurts of adults, sometimes your mind can drift and you cannot focus on your successes as much, and you can allow the things going on with other people to keep you from achieving what you want to achieve when you're going through the transition. And there may be some of you that are transitioning from your 9 to 5 into your own business or into your actual dreams and what you want to do. And so I wanted to share with you something that I use to pour into myself to keep me focused on what the end result is, so I don't get lost in other people's issues and other people's problems, because that's my day-to-day work. That's what I do from the hours of 8 to 4, Monday through Friday. And so I have these little cards that I keep on my desk. They're called desk cards, and you can find them there at www.desk-cards.com. And so I wanted to share with you the one that I had on today. It says, the 4 rules for success. So this is sitting on my desk. Kids come in crying, staff members come in crying, everybody that wants to cry comes in crying. And I have this on my desk and I'm looking at it because once I get through focusing on that and that drains me, this is immediately ready to pour into me, and I want to share it with you. The 4 rules for success. Number 1, show up. No matter where you are in your process, no matter where you are in between your 9 to 5 and your dreams, you can never ever stop showing up. I have worked since 7:30 this morning. I have office. I haven't been to my house today. I left one office and came to another office. This is not my custom. But because I read this card today, I said, Shannon, you have to show up. And you have to keep showing up consistently. And so I'm going to share with you, that's number 1, show up. Don't show up for your 9 to 5 more than you show up for your dreams. It gets difficult because my 9 to 5 requires a lot of my time. 9 to 5. You do the math. There's not a lot of time left in the day. So when I get home tonight, I'll fire up the coffee pot and I'll give some more hours to my dream, because right now that's how I have to show up. And yes, it is draining, but I would rather be drained for a dream than drained for somebody else's drainage.
And to call it what it is, me servicing children who are not my own. They are in my heart, but they're not my own, and they go through a lot. Staff members that go through a lot. That's their drainage. And that's not my dream. And so I have to give more time and show up more for what I want. Because if not, I'm telling the universe, I'm telling the world, I'm telling God, I want the drainage. I don't want the dream. And so I have to show up. Number 2, I have to pay attention. How many of you know that you can show up and not pay attention? I would call myself the queen. If I had a tiara, it would be for the woman that could sit in a room and totally be absolutely absent from everything you have going on. But I also don't have my dream. So not only do I have to show up, but I have got to pay attention. Everything that's said in our mastermind group, everything that's said in the trainings, everything that's said in these videos and trainings that you're watching, at some point will be relevant to what you're going through, to your process, to your abundance, to your dream. You have got to pay attention. You have to do that. Number 3, ask questions. Ask questions. If you just sit and you just take and receive and receive and receive and receive, and you don't ask any questions, that is the telltale sign that you're not doing any work. And that's fine, but you have to understand you won't go forward until you dig in. And the only way you dig in, if I never questioned anything that came out of Antonio T. Smith Jr.'s mouth, I would be more stuck than I am right now. Only I have to ask questions out of prosperity and not questions out of poverty. And that's where I had to draw my line. Shannon, what is this question for? Are you trying to prove a point? Are you trying to be right? Or are you trying to be rich? I only ask rich questions. I had to stop myself from asking right questions, because being right stopped being important to me. Being rich is very important to me. So I show up consistently. I ask questions, and I pay attention. I pay attention. And I don't ask all the questions. You have to check yourself. Make sure you're not asking a question to prove somebody wrong. Make sure you're asking a question to prove yourself rich, to put yourself in the position to obtain everything you say that you're wanting. The last step is repeat. Repeat. Do it. Show up, pay attention, ask questions. Repeat. Show up, pay attention, ask questions. Repeat. And before long, you're going to look behind you and you're going to see through this repetitious action, you're propelling yourself forward in the direction that you want to go. But it's only if you remember, ask rich questions and not right questions. Thank you for your time. I hope this has been helpful. Talk to y'all later.
Did you hear about ATS week?
I did.
It's gonna be on the
Is it
stage.
for real?
It's gonna be on the stage.
Like 24/7?
24/7.
No way.
Yes.
No.
You know, like Shark Week is a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Shark
I
Week is a
get
big
it now.
deal.
It took me blonde hair.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
So who is who? Who's it gonna be from ATS?
Woo. ATS, Antonio T. Smith Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not just him, though.
Who?
Not just him. You got Tempest Smith. You got Deanna Mitchell. You got Brian Johnson.
Are you gonna be on it? Are you?
I think I am too.
Okay.
Aren't you?
So yes, I am.
Yes,
I am.
And then we got Shannon Clark. Yes.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon
Okay.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these people
Did you
are
say
too.
Deanna?
I said Deanna.
Okay,
We're
you said
saying
Deanna.
Deanna. Yes.
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
You're gonna shoot
Caravan.
rainbows
Yes.
through
Yes.
your screen,
Yes.
everybody.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
Yes.
24 hours a day, 7 days.
24. That's it.
You know
July
what?
16th
I bet
to the
you
23rd.
we were.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to ATS Week. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your comments, your emails, your questions, and thank you for the outpouring love that we have been receiving so far. I hope that you have been receiving great value from all of us. And I just want to say thank you for taking time out to watch us, taking time out to grow with us, taking time out to learn with us. It's amazing. You don't have to do it. I recognize that people can do anything with their time. I understand how valuable time is, but I want to take a few seconds just to say thank you because you don't have to choose us. There are a lot of personal development companies out there. There's a lot of content, but I'm grateful that you have somehow, some way found us, and I hope you have fallen in love with us, and I hope to see you interact with us more here on Facebook or on our website, or I hope you come out to our conferences, our seminars, our webinars, get into our courses, and just plant better. Let us help you plant better. Today, or for this video, I'm talking about accepting who I am. And I know that a lot of us don't really know who we are, so it's hard for us to accept who we are. We put on a lot of hats that other people have told us to put on, and I think somewhere in between putting on hats, taking off hats, picking up this hat, taking off that hat, we lost our identity. We lost who we are and where we are. And if we can somehow find our way back to who we really are at our core, I think our lives will be a lot better. So if you know anything about me, I'm not really into movies, but when I find a movie that I love, I really love it hard. And one of my absolute favorite movies of all time is The Lion King. And if you're familiar with this story, Simba, who is the cub that we meet in the opening credits, he is in line to be king. And if you haven't watched The Lion King, shame on you, but you should probably stop watching because spoiler alert, although it's been out for years, I don't think it's a spoiler alert. But spoiler alert, Simba's dad, Mufasa, dies. And Mufasa's brother, Simba's uncle, Scar, convinces Simba that it's his fault that Mufasa has died in the stampede. And Simba runs away. And he goes off and he meets people along his journey. He discovers who he is. He accepts that he is the rightful king, and he comes back to Pride Rock and takes over the land. Horrible plot summary, but I can talk about Lion King for all day, basically. So I had to cut myself short. But Simba ran away because he wasn't comfortable with who he was and what he was born to do. And how many of us can relate to that? How many of us are running? You have goals, you have dreams, you know that you know what you are supposed to be doing, but running away from your purpose, running away from who you are, running away from the king or queen that you are meant to be seems a lot easier because Simba, at its core, didn't like who he was. And a lot of us don't like who we are. And if we don't like ourselves, if we don't trust ourselves, Simba didn't trust himself to be king at, such a young age since he lost his father young. He didn't trust himself. A lot of us don't trust ourselves. If we don't like ourselves and we don't trust ourselves and we aren't comfortable with who we are, why do we think that other people will? Why do we think that getting into relationships will automatically fix the problem of us not liking who we are or not trusting who we are or not being comfortable with who we are? If you alone can't love you, if you alone can't trust you, if you alone can't be comfortable with who you are, adding someone else into that equation, whether it's a romantic relationship or a platonic relationship or whatever, doesn't add value. Someone else in that equation can't replace the emptiness you feel inside. Someone else in that equation can't replace the lack of trust that you have for yourself. And honestly, how can you trust someone else in any type of relationship or friendship if you don't trust the person who is coming to the relationship, meaning you? How can you love somebody and you don't love yourself or you don't know how to love yourself? How can you like somebody and you can't even look at yourself in the mirror? How can you open yourself up and give yourself in whatever way that means to you to someone and you don't give that to yourself? So the only thing that I can honestly tell you about how to accept who you are, how to become comfortable with who you are, how to love who you are, how to like who you are, is get to know you. Oftentimes, relationships, friendships, partnerships, etc., ends with one person claiming, "Well, you don't even know who I am." So my question is, do you know who you are? Do you know what it's like to be on the other side of you? And one of a book that we read in a 40-week leadership class that we do at the ATS companies is called Integrity by Dr. Henry Cloud. And in this book, Dr. Cloud compares the wake of people to the wake of a boat. So those of you who don't know, and it took a while for me to understand, when a boat is floating on water, it leaves a wake in the water. The ripples in the water behind the boat is the wake. And depending on how smooth, rough, slow, or fast the boat is going, the wake in the water reflects that of the boat. So what kind of wake are you leaving behind? I know social media loves to glamorize knowing who you are, but let's be honest for a moment. None of us live a glamorous life 100% of the time. None of us live the life that we post on social media or the life that we dress up as 100% of the time. You can edit social media posts. You can add filters to pictures. You can blot out imperfections. But once you log off, there is no edit button in real life. There are no filters to scroll through that will smooth out a bad attitude or will smooth a violent wake. Do you know who you are? Do you know how it feels to be on the other side of you? Do you know what it looks like when you leave the room? Are people sighing because it's finally over? Are they sad because you left? Are they curious about if they actually got to know the real you? Do you know? In that same leadership class, as we go through that book, we ask people, one of the assignments is go ask 5 people what it's like to be on the other side of you. How does it feel when you leave the room? And people always go into that exercise thinking they're going to get great answers. And a lot of times they get slapped with some hard facts. Sometimes people come back crying and saying, "I didn't know I made people feel so horrible," or "I didn't know people were happy when I left," not because I made them happy, but happy because they can do something different with their life because I brought the mood of the room down. So get to know you. Get to know the real you. Get to know the you that gets angry when someone moves something small and doesn't put it back in its proper place. Get to know you. Get to know the one that lives in a heavily populated city, knowing that there will be traffic, but makes no preparations to leave 5, 10, 15 minutes earlier and sits in traffic upset about traffic instead of addressing our lack of time management skills or our lack of preparation skills. Get to know what makes you happy. Um, I feel this is important because we get hit with a lot of things that alters our mood. We get angry, we get down, we get depressed, we get sad. But if you know what makes you happy, you know what to go to when you start to feel yourself becoming angry, or you know what to go to when you start to feel yourself getting depressed. And jumping back to those relationships that we talked about earlier, How can you be mad at someone for not knowing who you are if you don't know who you are? Or how can you be mad at someone for not knowing who you are if the real you never shows up to that relationship or never shows up to that friendship or never shows up to work? You can't find peace with a fake persona. But if you constantly introduce your fake persona, that is who people fall in love with. That is who people will befriend or divorce. And how can you get mad at people for not knowing who you are if you never really gave them a chance to meet the real you? So I encourage you to make sure you get to know yourself. Pause and get to know what makes you sad, what makes you happy. If I go to this place, does it serve me? If I go with this person, do they make me happy? Another thing is embrace what you bring to the table, including your flaws. And no, we don't like introspection. We don't like looking within ourselves and finding out what's right, what's wrong. We think everything is perfect about us, but we all have flaws. We all have things that we're not proud of. We all have skeletons in the closet that are waiting to be, waiting to fall out the door. But embrace what you bring to the table. Embrace your gifts. Embrace your talents. Embrace your skills. And embrace your flaws. Antonio tells us all the time, if you can account for it, you can control it. If you can account for your flaws, even if that's getting angry all the time or getting depressed all the time or having low self-esteem or driving off too fast or stabbing people in the back or cheating or anything like that, if you can account for it, if you can recognize it, if you know that it's there, then you know how to control it. But as long as you keep denying that, as long as you keep lying to yourself, you'll never embrace who you are. You never get to know who you are. And you will always have to introduce a fake version of you to whoever comes into your life. And that is the opposite. I know a lot of people say fake it till you make it, and I agree with that in certain situations. However, you can't fake who you are for the rest of your life. Eventually, the real you will pop out. Eventually, the real you will show up, get angry, and show people who you really are. Then what? Instead of lying to yourself and lying to others, get to know you so that you introduce who you are and allow people the opportunity to decide whether or not you are someone or something that they desire to have in their life or not. Remember that you were born for a purpose, but your purpose can't find you. Your purpose can't be birthed from you. Your purpose can't be fulfilled if you're not the person that the purpose is for. We pretend all day, every day, then we get mad because our life isn't going the way that we want it. So and so has their purpose, and it looks good, but I don't feel like I have a purpose. Is it because so and so is being who they are? They have accepted who they are, they are comfortable with who they are, and therefore their purpose can come from them with no issues. But could you imagine being a fake version of yourself trying to have a real purpose? It won't work because the fake you will never allow the real purpose to manifest in the way that it's supposed to be. Another thing is make sure you're doing self-care, whatever that means to you. And that goes back to getting to know who you are. Um, for some, self-care is doing yoga or writing or reading or sitting out in nature or going for walks or going to get massages or hanging out with friends or whatever. But if you don't know who you are, then you don't know how to take care of yourself. You follow the crowd doing things that is self-care for them, that is pleasing to them, but is not serving you. So in this age of um, people telling you be who you are and be real with yourself, we also are in an age where people can edit any and everything that they want, including pictures. There's a meme that floats around Instagram that's saying, if you keep using filters and you go missing, we won't know who you really are. And just like pictures have filters, we filter our lives. We filter who we are in real life. And if you go missing, do we really know who you are? Do we know who we're looking for? Not with your physical attributes, but with your personality, with your mindset, with everything. Get to know who you are, and that requires separation from people, and that's okay. It's okay to be alone. It's okay to figure out what you like and what you don't like. It's okay to have an ongoing list of what you like and what you don't like. So you know to avoid the things that you don't like, or you know how to handle when you're in a situation that you don't like. But if you don't know who you are, and refuse to take time out for yourself, you will constantly be in situations, you will constantly be in relationships, you will constantly be in friendships with people who make you mad, who make you sad, and who brings you down to a level that you don't deserve. So take time out today to figure out who you are. And even if you think you know who you are, still take time out, because you are constantly growing, you're constantly changing. The world keeps spinning, and what you like today may not be what you like tomorrow. Take time out and know who you are, love who you are, so you can accept who you are, and so your purpose can find who you are. My name is Tempest Smith. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Hello everybody, I am so excited about this video because I get to talk about something that I love. Puppies. I know, aren't they great? We all love puppies, which then turn into dogs, which of course are man's best friend. Everyone loves puppies. I am a dog lover, so this is why this video actually is kind of important. I didn't realize that a lot of people get dogs and they don't realize how much work they are. Yes, they are in addition to a family. They can be great comfort, they can be great friends, they can be the kids can play with them, they can be great companions for an older person. But in order, before you actually bring a dog home or decide to give a dog as a gift or a puppy as a gift, there's some things that you may not want to, some things that you may want to consider. You need to ask yourself, are you ready? You ask yourself, number one, can you afford a puppy or a dog? There's actually food, there's vet bills, there is all kinds of stuff that they may, if you get a puppy, they'll outgrow their bed, they'll outgrow their crate, they'll outgrow their leash, their collar. So you need to ask yourself, can you afford a puppy or dog? An annual vet visit where I live is about $300. If you live in an area where I do, where fleas are abundant. I don't live in the cold area. Fleas die when it gets cold. So I live where there's fleas a lot of the time. So I actually have a yearly, extra yearly, it's about $20 a month, per month, to protect them from fleas and ticks and all that. Be careful. If you live in a wooded area and the dog goes outside, you definitely need to consider that. You also need to consider if you can afford a trainer. Now, you don't think training is important, and of course there's dogs have obedience classes where they train you to train your dog. And you don't think it's important until you're taking your dog for a walk and they pull. You want a dog to, and you have to train yourself to train your dog. So can you afford the training classes, the food bill, the vet bill? That's a big question. The second question, are you ready to make a lifelong commitment to this new member of your family? Dog's lifespan is about 12 years. So that's a long time to take on this commitment. Are you ready for that? The third thing you need to ask yourself, is my home big enough? Do you rent? Are dogs allowed in your complex or your condominium? Do you have to pay a deposit? You need to check with that, because sometimes if your landlord either says you move, or they hit you with a hefty deposit and fine, or they just may evict you because you did break the lease. So you need to ask yourself, do I have a fenced in yard? Do I have somewhere where the dog can use the restroom? And then you have to be prepared. Like in the city limits, do you have to be prepared to pick up after your dog? They have the little bags and all that, and I do it. I'm a good neighbor. So you have to ask yourself about your home surroundings. Do you have the ideal home for a dog? The fourth thing that you need to ask yourself is, do I want to exercise this dog? Now, grant you, big dogs are going to require more exercise than a small dog, but are you ready to give this dog attention? If you come home from a hard day at work, you have a dog. They're great friends, they're great companions, but they rely on you for most things. The fifth thing that you need to ask yourself, if you're ready, do you leave your dog home alone a lot? Do you work long hours? Are you getting a dog just because you're lonely for those few hours that you're at home? You might want to consider a cat. So that's another thing that you need to ask yourself. Are you ready to share your time, share your me time with another dog? I'm sorry, not with another dog, with a dog. Crap. Now the sixth thing you need to ask yourself, if you're ready, are you ready to groom and care for a dog? Dogs need baths. If you get a dog with long hair, they need brushing. Some dogs need their bangs trimmed. Are you prepared to cut their nails, which is hard? My dog has to be sedated. So that's an extra vet bill for me because she will not let you cut her nails. So there's all kinds of things you really have to take into consideration. Grooming and care. Another thing that you need to ask yourself, and this is the most important question of them all, are you able to answer yes to all of those above every single day of the next 12 years? But getting a puppy or a dog is definitely a big step. And then you have to do, if you answered yes to all those questions, great. Now you get to more questions. You have to decide what kind of dog you would like. Get a mixed breed, be happy, go. But you have to decide if you want a puppy or an adult. And let me tell you, puppies are like toddlers. They get into everything. They have accidents. The puppy training process is a good 2 months. Are you prepared every 2 hours, whether rain, shine, cold, snow, to take that puppy outside and train it? If there's one thing about puppies, you have to applaud them into doing what you want them to do. So you have to be patient with a puppy. If you choose to get an adult dog, what kind of breed would you like? Do you want a long hair breed that sheds? Or do your research. Do your research. Go to Google. There's some dogs that are awesome. I love pugs with their smashed noses, and they remind me of the dog from Men in Black. I've had a few of them. They snore. Am I prepared to get up and sleep on the couch if the dog is snoring too loud? You have to ask yourself these questions. Then you also have to understand that you need a crate. You need dog toys. And speaking of dog toys, are you prepared to maybe have a pillow or a shoe destroyed? You have to really think about getting a dog. They are man's best friend. They're my best friend. But before you rush out and get that cute puppy that's all fuzzy and smells good like puppy breath, please find out, does everybody in your family want a dog? Is anybody allergic to a dog? Getting a dog, I see so many dogs discarded because none of these questions were ever brought to anybody's attention. And if you actually want to get a new puppy, research the kennels, research the owners where you buy them from. There's a lot of great puppy mills out there, and there's a lot of bad puppy mills out there. If you want to go to the Humane Society, get one. You can follow their registration process, follow their application process. Some of the best dogs have been the rescued dog. At least I thought she was rescuing me. I thought I was rescuing her, but actually she was rescuing me. So these are a lot of questions that take into consideration when getting a pet. And if you do, they are the best in the world. They're awesome. They're great companions. They're always happy to see you, and they just like to be loved.
Hi, my name is Tempest S. Smith. I am one of the CEOs of this amazing ATS JR companies. We are the top personal development training company in the world. We make profitable clients more profitable. If you or your business needs help, if you and your life needs help, this is the only place you need to be. ATS JR companies, check us out online, theatsjr.com or atsbu.org.
Because we are unstoppable. Listen, man, your life will always never be the same once you become part of the ATS JR companies. Listen, ATS Week, it's going to bless your life. It's going to transform. It's going to change your life. But here's what you got to do. You got to drop that old mindset. Let go of that old poverty stinker. Let go of that old person. Let go of that loser. Release him. Let go of the procrastinator. Kill all that. Become the new you by transforming into who you are trying to become. Join us, ATS Week, atsjr.com. We are excited. We are ready to have you guys. If you guys don't know by now, I am the double certified People's Pastor, Reverend Brian A. Johnson, and I am the spiritual transformational coach right here at the ATS JR companies. We will change your life, and we will change your bank account.
Let us add value to your life. Let us give you everything that you need to go to the next level in your life. ATS JR companies and the ATS Business University, that's what we're all about. We're all about growth. We're all about adding value to you, and we're all about helping you grow. Trust me, you don't want to miss ATS Week. This is the place to be. This is the place to grow. This is the place to learn.
My business partner, Antonio T. Smith Jr., is the best at everything that he does. You need help, you need to holler at my boy. Your business is broke, you need to holler at my boy. Your mindset is in poverty, you need to holler at my boy. Why? Not because he's arrogant, not because he's whatever y'all talk about, because he backs up what he teaches. He lives this lifestyle. He's not out here just talking to collect coins. He's living and walking it every single day. So you need help, your business needs help, your life needs help, come holler at my boy.
Man, many people say what they're trying to do. Many people say what they want to do. Many people say what they have a desire to do. But few people actually go do it. If you want to learn how to do it, listen to Antonio T. Smith Jr. Follow ATS Week. Follow the ATS Business University. Go join the Plant Better group. Get on a Plant Better cause, because your life will never be the same planting the old bad sucky seeds that you've been planting since you were born. So you have to plant better in order to get better. And if you want to be better, you have to begin right here at the ATS Business University. In the words of Tempest, you want to be better? Go holler at my boy.
Get rid of the old model of living that you used to have and follow the new model of living. Let me explain to you why. Because your old model was based on what people told you to do. The new model is based on what your desire is. Stop letting your dreams collect dust. Stop letting your life be lifeless. Come see the ATS Business University. Come join us at the ATS JR companies. Come join us at the Plant Better University and create a better model for your life so you can start living instead of living a life of mediocrity. Come join us.
She said it best. Holla at my boy.
There is no company better than this company. Not because I'm one of the CEOs, not because I've been here since day one, but because we put in work every single day. Antonio is in this office 17, 18, 19, 20 hours a day. Not for him, but because he wants to help you change your life.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. You deserve it. Listen, man, listen. I want to tell y'all something real quick, a real quick story. And that was this kid that grew up. This kid grew up in a poverty area. He grew up in the hood. And he was raised up in the hood. And he had hood mentality. And all his life, they used to tell a kid, you wouldn't amount to nothing. You wouldn't be nobody. You'll never accomplish anything you want to be. You'll never get to the level of success in which you are dreaming about. So get rid of your dreams and just continue to live in that hood life. Continue to live that poverty lifestyle. Well, baby, guess what? I'm a millionaire now. You know why? ATS Business University. Listen, join us today. Walk out of your poverty. Walk into your prosperity. and you can make all the haters pissed off.
That's it.
Because you are filthy freaking rich.
Woo! Woo! Yes.
ATS, baby.
Yes.
Get you one.
Hello everyone, my name is Deanna Mitchell. Thank you for watching this today. I want to speak to you about gratefulness. We always hear, always be grateful. Be grateful for this, be grateful for that. But you're never truly grateful until you understand the true meaning of why and how to be grateful. Why should you be grateful? You should be grateful because everything positive that happens in your life, you should be thankful for it. Because when you're grateful and thankful for everything positive, you get more of that. Why should you be positive and grateful for the negative in your life? Because when you're positive and grateful for the negative in your life, you're not being positive and grateful for the negative. You're being positive and grateful for what you learned out of being grateful in that negative situation. And then you attract more of what you learned instead of attracting more of the negative. And then when you're grateful, you're focusing only on that positive aspect of everything in your life, so you only get that positive back to you. Being grateful is more than just being grateful. Being grateful is bringing to you everything you're grateful for. Being grateful is bringing to you more of that. Being grateful is understanding that regardless of what goes on in life, I'm thankful for this. Each and every day is a gift. All you have is that moment. The clouds will never be the same on that day. The air that you breathe will never be the same on that day. The events that happen in your life will never be the same on that day. So you be grateful for that. And in being grateful for that, you create more of that. Today is a gift. It's the present. It's a gift for you to cherish. So every morning you wake up, be grateful that you woke up for that morning. So that way you can be grateful throughout the day for everything that happens in that day. And when you go to sleep at night, be grateful that you actually made it through the entire day. And you will get more of that. You will go to bed peaceful because you were grateful and thankful for everything that happened in that day. I was listening to a video and it said that live each day as though it's your last. So if you're living each day as though it's your last, be grateful for that day. Be grateful for the people that are in that day because you may not see them again. Be grateful for the events that happened in that day because you may not experience them again. Be grateful for the emotions that happened in that day because you may not feel them again. Be grateful for the food that you ate in that day because you may not be able to taste it again. And when you live each life with that much gratefulness, each and every day will be so much more fulfilling. When you live in gratefulness, you receive gratefulness in return. You will become a better person because all you exude is gratefulness. All you push out is peace. All you push out is thankfulness. And you will attract the people who appreciate those things to you. Gratefulness is more than just a word. Gratefulness is an action. It's an action that you have to do on a consistent and continuous basis. It's not always easy to be grateful because we are programmed to only focus on the negative. So I'm going to give you an example. You woke up this morning, you stubbed your toe. What's the first thought that comes into your mind? Now, ooh, I'm so thankful I didn't break my toe. Ooh, I'm so grateful now I know that that is there. Let me either move it or just put it in my thought that it's there so I don't stub my toe again. Those are not the thoughts we have. The thoughts we have are crap. You know the first words that pop in your head when you stub your toe. And we allow that one moment to create our entire day. So we only focus on the negative of that particular moment And all we attract for the rest of the day is negativity, instead of focusing on the positive in that moment, so we can only attract positive for the rest of the day. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not easy. Someone may say something wrong to you, but instead of being grateful that now you know where you stand with this person, you only focus on the negative of what they said, and you let those negative emotions override everything that has happened for you for that day. Being grateful on a consistent basis is not easy, but it's so worth it, because you create your day, whether you realize it or not. You create your day. So why don't you create your day full of gratefulness? Why don't you create your day full of joy and happiness, instead of creating a day full of ungratefulness? Don't be ungrateful, be grateful. Being grateful has truly and honestly helped me. And again, no, it's not easy. And I say that from experience, because at times we forget to be grateful. We forget to be grateful that we opened our eyes this morning. We take advantage of the fact that every morning we wake up when there are some people that have not woken up. We take advantage of the fact that we can get in a car and drive, and there are some people that have to walk to every destination. We take advantage of the fact that our children wake up every morning when some people have to bury their children on a daily basis. We take advantage of the fact that we can go to a grocery store and purchase food and have a refrigerator and a deep freezer full of food, and there are some people that hope they only get a grain of rice for that day. Be grateful for what you have, because there are people that don't have what you have. Be grateful that you woke up this morning, because there are some people that did not wake up this morning. Be grateful that you can breathe by yourself, because there are some people that actually need assistance to breathe. Be grateful that when you get out of bed, you can sit up, turn around, and put both feet on the ground and stand up with no assistance, because there are some people that can't even sit up. Be grateful and bring more gratefulness into your life. You will be a happy person, and so will the people around you. Because when you're grateful, you only exude love. When you're grateful, you only exude thankfulness. When you're grateful, you only exude peace. When you're grateful, the only thing that you push out is that. And when you're grateful, you're able to tap into your inner core. You're able to tap into the inner you. And you're able to find who you are in your gratefulness. Because there is nothing else there but that gratefulness. Be grateful. Because being grateful is the only way to live. Thank you for joining me today. Again, my name is Deanna Mitchell. And always remember, living isn't easy, but damn it, it sure is worth it. Thank you.
Just making sure I'm on. Okay. Hello, everybody, and I'm excited about this topic. It's something that I should have researched on before a couple days ago, and I want to talk to you about your first interview. Not a job interview. I'm talking about your first interview on a radio, on a podcast, any type of platform where someone's going to be asking you questions about you, about your business, about your story. And I wish I had done a little bit more research on this. I did some, but not enough. So I'm here to share with you some mishaps and mistakes and some things that I wish I would have known. So it doesn't matter if you get 5 minutes or if you get 55 minutes. This is a privilege that somebody asked to interview you. This is an opportunity for you to get your product, for get your story, and to get your message across. One of the first things that you need to do is research. Research the station, research the website, research the interviewer. Watch past episodes. It's helpful, not as far as knowing what they're going to ask you, because everybody's different, but it gets you an idea on how they kind of run things. It gives you, and it actually makes you a little bit more comfortable, and it makes you feel like you know them just a little bit more. The second thing is to send them your bio and a cover photo. They might not think of advertising it unless you send it. Make it short bio, 250 words or less. Make it a great cover photo, not a vacation. And also, yeah, I think that's about it on that one. Just send them your bio. If they don't use your bio, if they just introduce yourself and say thank you for being here, you can actually say your own bio. You can give your own credibility. Your third thing is to make a plan. Have a message, a sent message set aside. Have some bulletin points in your mind. If it's video, of course, you don't want to show your notes, but have your bullet points, have your message memorized. If you have a new product, bring a product. Offer one to your host, to your interviewer as a gift. If you have a book and it's video, bring your book. You may be able to show the cover of it. And of course, offer it to your interviewer as a gift. One thing that I didn't do, which is number 4, is have a closing prepared. They may ask you for some tips or advice, or they might ask you, is there anything else you'd like to say? Have something prepared. Have a great statement that you would like to say. Make it your boom. This is the last thing that people are going to hear about you, from you. Number 5, practice, but not too much. And I think you mean practice a little bit. That way you don't get those ums and those so's. Know your product if you're bringing a product. And of course, number 6 is be comfortable. Be you. That's why they asked you anyways, right? If you're doing an interview at home, make sure the kids aren't in the background. Make sure you have enough lighting set aside. A good table lamp without the shade works perfect. Also, make sure you've used the restroom. If you're a coffee drinker, drink lots of water. Maybe you might want to not drink so much coffee or water before the interview, because you do not want to ask for a break. Also, number 7, smile while speaking. Even if it's audio, that smile comes out through your voice. Number 8 is use the interviewer's name back. Call them by name. This is a personal conversation that's being recorded, so you want to know that, give them the respect. They know your name. And number 9, if you stumble, keep going. So usually nobody will notice. And if it can be edited, it may be edited out. But either way, it's okay. It's not a big thing. And number 10, stick to your message and stick to your plan. That's important. You don't want to start babbling and taking over the interview. You are a guest on the show, so you might make sure you want your host and your interviewer to be able to ask the appropriate questions that they may have prepared. And if you have a product, don't oversell. Of course, unless it's an infomercial. So with that all being said and done, there's a couple things that you can do after the interview. You can ask for a copy. You can ask for a testimonial, or you could even offer them a testimonial. Learn from your experience. Watch the video. Did you speak too fast? Or did you speak too slow? Did you say a lot? But don't be too critical. You did a great job. And lastly, stay in touch. with your host. Stay in touch with the interviewer. Stay in touch with the person who may have recommended you. Send an email thanking them. Who knows? You just might be invited back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ATS Week, brought to you by the ATS JR Companies. My name is Tempest. I am one of the CEOs of this amazing company, and I just want to say either welcome if this is your first video or one of your first videos you're catching for ATS Week, or if you have been watching us all this time, thank you for allowing us to be who we are and allowing us to pour into who you are. As you can see, I'm back driving. It's just easier to do this while driving because this seems to be where a lot of my thoughts come from. And as I'm driving today, a thought popped up in my head about how we as a society, we as human beings, how ungrateful we really are, especially when it comes to people in our lives who want nothing but the best from us. I find it funny, but not in a ha-ha way. I find it ironic that we tend to only acknowledge people either on their birthday, depending on our relationship with them, on Valentine's Day, sometimes on Christmas, but we mostly appreciate people when they're dead, when we're speaking about them at their funeral, or when we first hear the news that they have died, we start reminiscing on how great of a person that they are, how wonderful that they are, and we speak over them at their funeral. We talk, we cry, we say how great of a friend someone was to us, how great of a husband or a wife they were to us, how great of a parent or a friend or a child or co-worker or whatever. But do you ever think to acknowledge people and to thank them and to show appreciation for them while they are living? There is a phrase that says, give me my flowers while I'm yet living. But do we actually do that? Do we make a conscious effort to see someone who's in our lives who doesn't have to be there, who pours into us, who pushes us to be greater, who advises us, who coaches us, who loves us? Do we ever pause while they are awake just to say thank you? And if we do say thank you, is the thank you sincere? Like, do you really mean it? Or is it a reflex, such as when someone sneezes, you say bless you, some people automatically say thank you. Is it automatic? Is it a reflex? Or do you really mean it? And I think a lot of us, myself included, take advantage of the amazing people in our lives. And yet, when someone else who isn't doing great things for us, who isn't causing us to grow, who isn't making sure that we want for nothing, someone who's taking time out of their day, their lives to mentor us, to pour into us, we tend to say thank you to them real quick. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Look at all that you have done for me. But the people who are doing it every single day, we take advantage of them. And why is that? Why do we take advantage of the people who we shouldn't take advantage of, and then praise the people who deserve praise, but maybe not as much as those who have been in our lives? I know personally that there are about 2 or 3 people in my life who I kind of sort of appreciate, or I only think about really truly appreciating them when I've done something wrong to them, or when they're hurting, or when they're going through something. Oh, I just want to tell you how great you are, or oh, I just want to tell you how proud I am, how proud of you I am. But why don't we just do that every single day? It costs nothing to say thank you. It costs nothing to feel that gratitude and express it towards someone, yet we're selfish with it. Yet we wait until they're on a deathbed to pour out our love to them. We wait until it's almost too late to express how much they have changed our lives, and yet they walk around every day. They're saved in our phones. They are all over our social media platforms. We know where they live. We know when their birthdays are. We know when their anniversaries are. We know when they get a promotion at work. We know when they have started a new business. We know when they get married or when they are having kids. And yet we only acknowledge them when we feel like it. But on the flip side, those people who are pouring into us, those people who are pushing us to our greatness, they tell us thank you every single chance they get. They tell us how awesome we are every single chance we get. And it kind of hurts me to know that I am one of those people who don't appreciate. So I highly recommend, I have mentioned this book probably in every single video I've done, but I highly recommend everyone going to Amazon or wherever you buy your books and grabbing a book called The Magic by Rhonda Byrne. And if you're unfamiliar with this book, it takes you on a 28-day journey. And I say a journey because some people may call it a devotional, but I choose to call it a journey because it's not easy. Every day for 28 days, Rhonda Byrne teaches us how to be grateful, and not just saying it, not just saying I'm grateful, I'm thankful, thank you, yada yada yada. No, she makes you sit down and really think about it. She makes you focus on areas in your life that you're probably not recognizing you lack gratitude in. You do know, or someone told me that if you lack gratitude, I can tell you probably the amount of money that you have in your account. A lot of us are lacking money. We lack happiness. We lack joy. We lack peace because we are ungrateful for what we have in those areas. How many of us have a bank account right now, and because it's not the amount that we want, we don't say I'm grateful for what I do have? How many of us have houses that keep a roof over our heads, but because it's not the house that I feel like I should have right now, or it's not a house that looks like what I really want my house to look like, or my friend or my cousin or whomever has a better house than me, I don't appreciate the house that I'm in? How many of us do that? But what would happen if your bank account suddenly went to zero, or suddenly went into the negative? Or what would happen if a natural disaster such as a hurricane or a tornado came through your town and hit your house, and suddenly you're crying and upset because you no longer had a home, but you never showed your home the gratitude that it rightfully deserved? When was the last time that you were grateful for your health, whatever state your health is in? Maybe you don't have the best of health. Maybe, and I get that, maybe you have heart problems, or maybe you have diabetes, or maybe you suffer with all sorts of diseases, and I respect that. But are you grateful for the health that you do have? Because no matter how bad it may seem, no matter how hard your life may seem, someone always has it worse. And someone is always hoping and praying that they can just get in your situation so they can make it out of theirs. And yet we take that for granted. We take our jobs for granted. We complain about our jobs on Monday, but are grateful for the paycheck that hits our account on Fridays. We complain about our jobs, but we never say thank you for allowing me to have a job. Do you know how many people in this country, in this year, have lost their job and have been looking for employment and don't have it, and yet here you are with a job, with benefits, maybe not great benefits, but you have it, with a direct deposit every other Friday or however you get paid. You are ungrateful, yet someone is at home crying, begging, pleading for somebody to hire them at some point, even if it's at McDonald's. How many of us have cars that we don't take care of and we don't appreciate? But the moment that it starts giving us problems, we complain about it. But were you grateful for the car before it had problems? Were you grateful that it got you from point A to point B? Are you grateful for your family? A lot of us want our families to look like a certain thing, but we're not grateful that we even have a family. I know people who want kids and want to get married, but physical challenges stop them from having kids. They would love to be in your shoes. People complain about their kids being bad and hard to deal with, and I get it and I respect it. But there are women out there and there are couples out there longing to have children and they cannot. And here you are with your kids and you won't say thank you to whatever or whomever. Thank you for allowing me to have kids. Thank you for allowing me to go through childbirth and come out alive. Thank you for allowing me and my baby to go through childbirth and we're both alive. Maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it's a struggle to take care of a family. Maybe it's hard to go to work every day and then come home and be a mom and be a wife. But I'm thankful for it. Maybe it's hard for me as a man to be a man in this society. To be a man and hold down a job and to hold down my wife and to hold down my kids and still try to survive in this world. But are you grateful for your life? So many of us wake up every single morning and we never say, I'm grateful for my life. Do you know how many people have died today? Do you know how many people went to bed last night with a list of plans, planner full of things that they needed to do today, but they didn't wake up, or they didn't wake up with the ability to see or to smell or to hear or to touch or to taste? Some people can't walk and they are more grateful for their life than the people with legs. Learn to be grateful. That is one of the hardest lessons we as humans have to learn, because we are so selfish and we take so much for granted. But in a blink of an eye, things can be taken away from us. In a blink of an eye, our lives can end. In a blink of an eye, something can happen to us to where our whole world will be turned upside down. So start learning to be grateful today. And don't just say thank you. Really feel that in your soul. Feel that in your heart. Vibrate at a frequency. Vibrate at a frequency that exudes gratitude. Because the more you're grateful for things, the more you're grateful for your life, the more the universe will respond to you and give more unto you. You want more money? Be grateful for what you have. Maybe you don't have anything. Maybe you have $1 to your name. I am so happy and grateful for this $1. And really mean it. And really, truly say it out loud. So when the universe hears you being grateful for what you have, the universe has no choice but to respond. So if gratitude is a thing that you are struggling with, a lack of gratitude is something that you don't even consider, start considering it. If your life is not going the way that you want it to go, check your gratitude. If your job isn't going the way that you want it to go, check your gratitude for your job. If your kids aren't acting the way that you want it, if your money isn't acting the way you want it, if your health isn't acting the way that you want it, check your gratitude in those areas and be better. You deserve a great life. I ending all of my videos with this. You deserve a great life. You deserve abundance, but you can't get there being ungrateful for what you have right now. You deserve more. The universe deserves more from you and of you. And you're wasting your life because you choose not to be grateful. And that's not a life that any of us deserve to live. My name is Tempest Smith. I am actually grateful for each of you for watching. I'm grateful that you have paused, you're scrolling on your timeline, or you have found your way to these videos, because you don't have to. And I recognize that. I could be talking to myself and no one hearing my voice, but I'm grateful for whomever is watching, because it's for you. Learn to be grateful and live the best life that you deserve. Thanks for watching. See you all next time.
Did you hear about ATS week?
I did.
It's gonna be on
Is
stage.
it for real?
It's gonna be on stage.
24/7?
24/7.
No way.
Yes.
No.
You know, like Shark Week is a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Shark
I
Week's a
get
big
it now.
deal.
It took me blonde hair.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
so,
okay.
So who is who? Who's it gonna be from ATS?
Woo. ATS, Antonio T. Smith Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not just him, though.
Who?
Not just him. You got Tempest Smith. You got Deanna Mitchell. You got Brian Johnson.
Are
Brian
you gonna be
A.
on it?
Johnson.
Are you?
I think I am too.
Okay.
Aren't you?
So yes, I am.
Yes.
I am.
And then we got Shannon Clark. Yes.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon Clark.
Shannon
okay.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these people
Did you
are
say
too.
Deanna?
I said Deanna.
Okay,
Well,
you
we're
said
saying
Deanna.
Yes.
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
She's gonna shoot
Caribbean.
rainbows
Yes.
through
Yes.
your screen,
Yes.
everybody.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
Yes.
24 hours a day, 7 days.
24. That's it.
You know
July
what?
16th.
I bet
to
you.
the 23rd.
We were.
And welcome. Today we're talking about relaxing and releasing. Yes, relaxing and releasing. Have you ever told yourself, I'm not where I'm supposed to be in life? Are you sick and tired of not getting the things you want out of life? And are you ready to win in life? If you have answered, are you ready to win in life? If you have answered yes to at least one of these questions, it is time for you to relax and to release. Let's start with the relaxing part, because that is most important. When you need to relax, that means you're stressed and your mind isn't focused. So here are some things that you can do to relax your mind. First, stop what you're doing, take a step back from what you're doing, or if need be, walk away from what it is that you're doing. Another thing you can do is change your scenery. If you can, get up, go outside, take a walk. Change your scenery. Look around, look at the sky, look at the trees, look at the scenery. If you're close to a park, go there. Look at people playing with their dogs, look at kids playing around. But change your scenery. Another thing you can do is listen to music that relax you. Now, not the head banging stuff, not that kind of stuff. Music that will relax your mind and allow you to let your mind go. Another thing you can do is breathe deeply. That does work if you actually concentrate, take deep breaths. It will actually allow your mind to just let go. Finally, doodling or drawing also helps you to let your mind go, because you're not thinking about anything else except what you're doing with the paper, pen, pencil, whatever it is that you do. I've seen it done all the time. In order to help people relax, they just draw, they doodle anything. But it does help you to let your mind go. So the first thing you want to do is to relax your mind to be at peace. Secondly, you must release. You keep telling yourself, I'm not where I'm supposed to be in life. I'm supposed to be doing this and I'm supposed to be doing that. It could be that you need to learn to release those things that are holding you back and not serving you. Maybe I'm not where I'm supposed to be in life because I procrastinate too much. Maybe it's because I'm kind of lazy and won't do the things that I need to do in order to be where I want to be in life. I could have ankle problems. I could have relationship problems. Whatever those things are that do not serve you and hold you back, you must release them. It could be that you need to learn to release people who are holding you back and not serving you. Maybe you know that you're in a relationship that does not serve you. Maybe you have family members that are holding you back and you know this and they're not serving you. Yes, sometimes you must learn to release family. I love one of my friends. Her name is Portia Wilkins, and she says you must learn to give people the gift of goodbye and to love them from afar. I love you, but I need you to be over there. These people do not serve you and they hold you back from the things in life that you desire. My thought process is if you keep holding on to things that do not serve you and people that do not serve you, you only have two hands. So if I'm holding two things with my two hands, I have no hands to grab on to prosperity. I must release these things in order to grab on and grab a hold to prosperity. Determine whether or not you need to release you, because sometimes the enemy is the inner me. You must learn how to release you if it is you that's holding you back. Great woman, speaker, trainer, coach by the name of Lisa Nichols says, the reason we won't become who we are is because we're too attached to who we've been. We get used to who we are. That's just the way I am. Okay, great. Well, if that's working out for you, great. But if it's not, you may want to release just the way you are. You must be willing to grow and go at the risk of others. If I know I'm at point A, but I want to get to point C, and there are some things and people that I need to release, and I really want to get to point C, well, I need to release those things and those people, regardless of what you think, regardless of if you approve or not. In order for me to get $3 million by the end of this year, I got to release some things. And I can't depend on whether or not you approve of my methods of going to get this $3 million. You must be willing to grow and go at the risk of others' approval. You must be willing to release things and people who hold you back and do not serve you. I love Zen stories because they make a whole lot of sense to me. And this Zen story is about letting go. There were two traveling monks traveling to another town, and when they got to this town, there was a young maiden there. Now this is back in the day. So they were carrying her on a chair. So imagine 4 gentlemen, 2 in the back and 2 in the front. She's sitting in a chair at the top, and they're carrying her. It was pouring down, raining, and she was about to get down, but there was a big puddle. And if she would have gotten down, her silk robe would have gotten dirty, so she couldn't cross to the other side. And she was scolding the people that was with her because they were carrying packages and things for her bags and everything for her. But she was scolding them because she couldn't get across this big, huge puddle. Well, the 2 monks saw it. The younger monk saw what was going on, said nothing, and walked past. The older monk stopped, grabbed the young maiden, put her on his back, walked across the puddle, and then put her down on the other side. She gave him no thanks. She just shoved him and moved on. As the 2 monks kept traveling, the younger monk was hot. I mean, he was upset, and he was boiling and brewing. And after about an hour of traveling, he couldn't take it anymore, and he just said to the older monk, "Why did you help that lady? She was mean, she was rude, and then she didn't even say thank you when you helped her across the puddle." The older monk looked at the younger monk and said, "I let that lady down 2 hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" You must be able to release things and people who no longer serve you and who are holding you back. I will see you at the top and not from the top.